Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
You know when he's Mr. Tough Guy when he's standing behind the microphone?
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it, come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there, welcome. How are you? Good. My name is Alan Cox. Thanks for showing up. Glad to have you along. Say hello to Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Hey, there's Mary Santora.
Hi, guys. No babies.
Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Poundcake's at home.
Afternoon, white people. Happy Monday.
It's a Monday. Alan, if Mary doesn't cry today, then I don't understand her. It's a text that I got.
I was sobbing last night.
Big weekend of shows. The album recording went well, I hope.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
It was absolutely just like, I don't have words for it. It was so incredible.
It was a pinnacle.
Yes, it
Yeah.
really was. Like the audiences were fantastic. Hilarities does an amazing job with, not just COVID, but like the support and the staff and everything like that.
They
And
do a good job with COVID, don't they?
Oh, like precaution.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah,
Yes.
following the COVID precautions.
They do a fantastic job with COVID.
You know what I mean. But yeah, it was absolutely incredible. So thank you so much to everybody who came out, and a bunch of people brought like flowers and little gifts and funny.
Did they throw roses onto the stage like at the end of an operatic performance? Was it like that?
No, they did not. But Bill came up at the end of the show last night and said some really, really sweet things and brought flowers. And
Well, he
had
wants to be
me-
on the album.
Stop telling everybody.
Oh, it was so sweet.
It's
I
not.
was
It's
crying.
not for the album. It's not going to be on the album.
It was just for, hey, good job. And he said some really kind things about like my comedy career so far. And it was-
She's lying, everyone. I was mean and I made her cry again in the wrong way.
No, it was really cool. And the staff at Hilarities actually gifted us all something. We have something for you too, if you want it.
For me?
Yeah.
A little gift from Nick.
A little gift from Nick over at Hilarities.
A baseball bat?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Check it out. Take the
There's a-
sock
there's
off
a-
of it.
There's a Hanes sock on.
That's
awfully-
not just a regular Hanes sock, though. It's got the logo of the company on it, too.
Johnnyville Woods?
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to say, I was very provocative there, pulling this.
Did you read it?
I'm just
Oh.
going to say, pulling this sock off the baseball bat. Alan Cox, the name's on there, an MMS logo. Oh, that's
Yeah,
awesome.
aren't those cool?
And then there's a
That's
little
great.
note from Nick on there, too.
Oh, yeah?
On the other
Okay.
side of the bat.
Of
Yeah.
the
No, I
barrel.
know, I'm reading the card.
Okay.
Will you let
It's exciting.
I know. I'm just breaking your balls.
It's actually really cool because
Oh, that's awesome. That's very, very nice.
isn't that cool?
Yeah.
They usually give them
Thanks,
to
Nick.
like whoever the headliners are of the weekend, and it's
Oh, they do. So when people come through, they get one of these bats?
Yeah.
something of the sort, and it's
Now,
really cool.
when like somebody like Dave Attell comes through,
Yes,
is he confused that it says Alan Cox and has the MMS logo on it?
a little
Incredibly.
bit because he's like, why doesn't this say Dave Chappelle?
Right.
That's
That's the
mostly
guy
what
who
it's-
always calls me Dave Chappelle. I remember that guy. Right.
But it's kind of like it was like a
Thank you, Nick.
cool. It was a cool moment from Nick because I haven't gotten one yet, and neither has Bill. And when he gave them to us, it was like, oh, we got our bats. You know what I mean? Like,
That's when I broke down when
Yeah.
he gave me that bat, because I've been there when he's given probably a few dozen people the bats. So I'm like, one day I'm gonna get one of those bats.
So you guys have
And
known
then-
for a long time that like
Yeah.
when you get your bat,
it's a good.
yeah,
that's your thing.
It's a
It's a
big
cool
moment.
thing.
Yeah.
Right. Now, does it make you angry that you've been waiting for so long for one of these bats, and yet I didn't even know they were a thing, and I got one?
Not at all.
Okay.
No.
Because you deserve it just as much as we do, because you've done so much for Hilarities.
Love that place.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so they just wanted to show appreciation for the show.
That's
and,
great.
You know,
That's very
and
sweet.
It was very awesome. And like I said, I mean, it's just been an overwhelmingly emotional weekend, and it's awesome. It was really awesome.
So you did 5 shows?
Yes, we did 1 show Friday, 2 shows Saturday, 2 shows Sunday.
And you'll pull from all of those to determine what you want on the album.
Basically.
And when was it all over last night? Like, when were you able to just kind of exhale?
Honestly,
were you? I know you were nervous going in. Did you maintain your nerves for each show, or did you kind of feel locked in after like first or second show?
Well, after the late show Saturday,
because I assume you weren't deviating much from
the
material.
A little bit here and there, playing with the order of it or where I want things like that. And the late show Saturday was probably the best set I had ever had in my life. And it felt so amazing. And the sound engineer came up to me after and he was like, we can just put that out. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. So tomorrow, just have some fun, relax, do whatever you want to do. You have your album.
It was in the can.
And so then last night it was fun to kind of play around a little bit, do a little bit of crowd work. And it was just really cool. So from now, what he's going to do is he's going to send me the recordings and he's like, okay, you pick what you want, essentially. If you like how all of Saturday went, we'll just go with all of Saturday. If you like a joke from Friday better or whatever, they can kind of pick and choose and put it in there. But it was really awesome. My family came out. My brother drove up from Columbus. My dad was there. My mom was there. Sister, boyfriend, like everybody. It was really cool.
I'll say this: that Saturday show is one of the top 3 headliner sets I've ever seen on that stage. You were in the pocket from beginning to end. Everything was hitting. The crowd was on fire. It was just an incredible night, and to be there and witness it was very cool.
It was crazy.
Yeah, that was like you text me. You're like, that was the best set
I've ever had.
I'm like, yeah, absolutely it was. It was incredible.
Like, you're not going to talk
about the pressure worked out in your favor?
The pressure?
Yeah.
I don't even know if it was really pressure. It was just
excitement.
Excite everybody because it's been such a trash year. Mm-hmm. So I think the people who did come out were just so ready to laugh, like just so ready to forget about their problems for just 2 hours and just like, screw it. I don't care about Trump. I don't care about anything that's going on right now. We're going to have a little bit of fun. And that felt like the vibe. And
a specifically happy occasion for you.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Yeah. But it was cool to see all those people just, everybody's been at everybody else's throats. So for a group of people who are strangers not to be fighting with each other for 2 hours was really cool, you know?
Were you hoping that at least one fight would break out?
I can't say that it didn't.
That at least 2 people... that at least 2 people would come to fisticuffs over which of yours was the better joke.
Oh,
that would have been the best fight. Did a fight break out?
No, not like a fight, but like I had someone message me and they were very complimentary and like they had a good time, but they were fighting with their significant other. So,
well, that'll happen.
Like,
but that wasn't because of your show.
I
that was
think
just
so.
A little bit.
It was?
Was it because of a joke or something?
I can't.
He laughed and she didn't.
They asked me not to go into details and not even like really bring it up, but I'll show you.
Yeah, but we don't know who you're talking about.
Right, and that's why I'm being as vague as possible.
That's really. I mean, it's not funny if they're fighting, but
because they're customers and they listen and
right.
Yeah, but
are you laughing, biatch?
My dad was at the early show last night, and after I was like done with the merch line and everything, I went over and I said hi to them, and he was like, dude, he had this huge smile on his face. He's like, dude, this is crazy. And I was like, what? He goes, like 6 people said they knew me. And I was like, get out of here.
Well, yeah. From all of his Instagram thirst traps.
That's exactly what it was.
Sure.
He goes, I'm in the bathroom. I'm just taking a pee. And this guy goes, hey, aren't you Mary's dad? And I'm like, yeah, I got my D in my hand. You know what I mean? Like, he's just like
that's how he proved he was your dad?
Right. Well, no, he was just like.
This is what made her.
Yup, she came right out of this. She came out of this.
But it was very funny to see. He said that somebody else had come up and shared their weight loss story, and they were like, I lost 50 pounds last year. It's cool to see you doing this.
So he was the poster child in the room for
Yeah. So he felt very cool by association, and my mom called me today and said kind of the same thing, where she was like, it was so weird to have people I've never met be like, oh, aren't you Mary's mom? And so they felt cool, which
was
awesome.
At a Mary Santora show, everyone can be a star. That's the beauty of it. She doesn't hog the spotlight or the limelight.
Not at all.
No.
So it was very, very cool.
Well, good. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Hey, who's this? Hello.
Hey, guys. It's Stephanie.
Hi. What's going on?
Well, I have 2 things. I'll make it quick. First, I got something for Bill.
Okay.
Not only did Bill beat his goal of 200 on Papa Shot. 203.
Yeah. Yeah, and Mary's not the only one that had a big weekend.
That's true. It's a victory Monday all around.
Okay.
So congratulations, Bill and Mary.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And you did fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And I wish you all of the best. And thanks for the laugh last night. I've needed it so bad. Just working from home every day and not being around people has just really gotten my mental state messed up. And just getting out last night was much needed.
Thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. All right, guys, take care.
Okay, thank you. There's Bethany, very happy. I did get a lot of calls over the weekend in the after hours line of people who went to the shows.
Oh,
Were very complimentary.
Yeah, everybody was, it was really cool. And like the sound guy for the record label pulled me aside in between shows and he was like, can I talk to you for a couple minutes? And that kind of stuff always makes me nervous. I always just assume.
Do you want to get coffee after or something?
No. I always assume it's
How easily do those boots come off?
I always assume it's going to be like all of our equipment broke and we can't.
I don't know how to tell you this. I forgot to hit record.
Right. But he started and he was like, recording has been really difficult this year. He's like, it's been hit or miss, with just like limitations on seating and not being full. And he's going through this. It's like, oh no, he's going to tell me it sounds like trash or they didn't pick it up. And I was like, is everything okay? And he was like, I just want to tell you that this is one of the best albums that we've recorded all year. He goes like crowd response wise. He was like, these people are here for you. And he's like, this is amazing. Like, and he was.
Which is why you want to do it at Hilarity.
And that's what I said.
It's so awesome that it worked
one
out
of their clubs.
Yeah.
Well, and that's exactly what I told him. I was like, the fact that we were able to do this in Cleveland, it's for that reason. I know that the comedy fans here are amazing. And I know that our show, like the Alan Cox Show fans, are incredible. And I was like, I know that they would show up. I was like, we could have done it in Indianapolis to 40 people who got free tickets,
Yeah.
But he emphasized that. He was like, I haven't seen a crowd this hot all year.
That's good.
So thank you
That's
guys.
awesome.
Yeah, everybody who came out, even the guy who was working was like, damn, these people are here for it. So it was really
and
cool.
the one, the usher that was like after the show, he's like, man, I love work. Oh, I don't think you saw this.
No.
One of the ushers, like he was just into the show, and it was after Nick gave me my bat, he was just kind of cleaning up, and he's like, man, that was the best thing. I love working here so much. He was so pumped up. It was great. It was
so cool.
I love working here.
I love seeing people, man.
No, he likes being a part of it. Like it's a
really
cool job to have.
Yeah, that's really awesome.
Yay!
Poundcake. All right, I gotta take a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192. If you're on hold, I'll get you on the way back. If you want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
an iHeartRadio station.
Available everywhere with our free iHeartRadio app. Now #1 for podcasting.
The iHeartRadio elves are at it again.
Oh!
iHeart Christmas Radio is better than ever. 100% Christmas favorites, commercial free. iHeart Christmas Radio can go anywhere you go with the iHeartRadio app. But this year, listen at home through your smart speakers.
Hello.
Just tell Alexa to play iHeart Christmas Radio on iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio, #1 for music, radio, and podcasting, all in one app.
iHeartRadio.
The Alan Cox Show is back.
Hi, we're back.
Ask Alexa. Ask Google Home. Hell, you can even ask Alan.
I could probably get you some information over here.
Whatever smart device you have, just tell it to play The Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Gotta get squiggy with it. That's it, the honey, Rick Klein. It's squiggy time. Don't you ask why, while Milwaukee shines with Laverne and Shirley. Gotta get up early. Living downstairs from the boys, kinda squirrely. The boys, B, Lenny and Squiggy, stuck in the 50s, looking kinda shifty with a head-slicking bag. They're the wannabe mags, hot on the attack of DeFazio and Feeney. Squiggy got the flavor of a woman pleaser, but he's nothing but a big greaser. You must admit, Squiggy don't quit. That's why he's your favorite. Get squiggy with it.
Ah, God. Thank you, whoever sent me that. Getting squiggy with it. You guys are too young to remember Laverne and Shirley. Probably even in reruns, you guys didn't watch that show, right?
I know enough of it to know, like, kind of the broad strokes, but I don't think I ever really watched it since I was a very small child.
But you knew Lenny and Squiggy.
Yeah, I knew Lenny and Squiggy, yeah.
It was Michael McKean, who, of course, went on to have huge success with Spinal Tap and all kinds of other things. And David Lander was the guy who played Squiggy. He was the shorter of the two. And he had he'd go, hello, guys. You know, he'd always the first one in the door. And my wife was scrolling through last night. She goes, oh, David Lander died. I go, because you know how sometimes if you're reading a story, there will be sidebar stories because they're connected to them.
Yeah.
But then you click on them. People send me stories all the time that they don't realize are 5 years old.
Yeah.
Because the headline hooks them or something. And I'll have to look at the date. I'll go, boy, that sounds familiar. I thought for sure this guy died a few years ago. Because he's had MS for 40 years. And so he was 73 years old. He died at Cedars-Sinai in L.A. And he had acted through the bulk of his life. I mean, obviously, he was best known for Laverne and Shirley, but he had done some other things. I heard him, my daughter's back on the SpongeBob train. And he was Donnie the Shark in like a SpongeBob episode from a couple of years ago, right? Because he had that very, very distinctive voice. And he and Michael McKean started those characters before Laverne and Shirley. They went to college at Carnegie Mellon in Pittsburgh and started doing them there before they moved to L.A., and he kind of told the story of how that whole thing happened.
Penny called me and said, David, this is strange, but I'm doing a TV show for ABC called Laverne and Shirley. But without a pilot, we don't have any running characters other than Laverne and Shirley. I was thinking Lenny and Squiggy, which Michael and I have been doing since college. She said, I think they might be good last-ditch dates for the girls. So if you could come to the party tonight. So we sat down, and Rob Reiner turned around and said, so you're going to do Lenny and Squiggy? And the whole party stared at us. And Michael and I, we just went into a bit that we had never done before, nor have we ever done since. And everybody laughed. And I went home, and the next day, Gary Marshall, who I don't think was there for it, said, I hear those two guys are funny. Maybe they could be on the show. I said, really? Yeah, Lenny and Marvin. I said, no, you can't switch their names. Let's just leave it, Lenny and Squiggy. 2 weeks later, we were doing them on television.
Imagine that. We're going to get a television show, but they want to change the character name that you came up with. Yeah. Lenny and Marvin. Like, you already came up with Squiggy. Like, what? Marvin's better than Squiggy? But he died at 73, and I thought for sure he had died a while ago. But he was a long-time kind of celebrity face for multiple sclerosis because they diagnosed him in the mid-'80s. And Laverne and Shirley was a Happy Days spinoff. And I never got into Happy Days. All the kids my age loved Happy Days because they got you with the Fonz, right? Mm-hmm. Fonz was cool, but it wasn't in every episode. I think towards the end, they were making it very Fonzie-centric. because people started to leave the show, right? So it was like really Fonzie-centric, and then I think he left, and then they were trying to figure out what the hell they had. But Laverne and Shirley was a Happy Days spinoff, and as much as I didn't get into Happy Days, boy, I love Laverne and Shirley. And it was largely because of Lenny and Squiggy. That was like, for people my age at that time, because I mean, I was probably in the first grade when Laverne and Shirley started, but it was on for 7 or 8 years. And so it got to be kind of shorthand. The Lenny and Squiggy thing got to be shorthand with like friends of mine. You go, hello, girls. That whole thing, you know, it was stupid. But, you know, you're in the 3rd grade or whatever, and that's the most hilarious thing you've ever heard in your life. You're just going, hello, guys. Because he didn't want to talk to us. He had to find a way to break the ice. So you go full Squiggy on him.
There is no reason on earth why Prince Charming cannot walk through our front door. Hello.
Because that was the hook of that show. Every time they would always set it up with them talking about, like, you know, oh my God, there's going to be so many awful things out there, and the door would burst open. Hello, guys.
Cheryl, believe me, I am not sick, and there is nothing in this place that will make me sick. Hello, girls. Who knows who will show up this year? I know, the same people who show up every year. People I didn't want to see then, people I don't want to see now, and people I don't ever want to see again. Hello. Nothing can depress me once I put my mind to it. Hello. Hello. There's better guys. Handsome, rich guys with class. Hello.
I mean, it never failed. Never failed.
Kind of sounds like a parrot, doesn't
Hello.
it?
Yeah, right. Yeah, he had a Gilbert Gottfried quality to him before that. But anyway, David Lander. He always went by David L. Lander. I don't even think Lander was his name, but he was Squiggy. Of course, I go right to I already follow Michael McKean on Twitter. I go right to his account to see what he's talking about. And he's just thanking everyone for sending him condolences.
Yeah, I saw him post a picture, and people were like, just saying all these nice things. And it happened right before, I want to say, was it Saturday? Saturday show?
Mm-hmm.
It was while we were at the comedy club.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I should tell everybody, because usually when someone dies, there's like a group chat, and we're like, hey, so-and-so died. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to leave this one off because Mary's got to go on stage, and I don't want her to be thinking about
this guy she doesn't know.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know who that is.
Yeah.
She would have gone on and had a fine show.
I know, but I
guess
just thought,
Squeaky died or something.
Yeah. Squidward died. I don't know what it was.
I feel awful. But, yeah. We were watching this. I'd never seen the Santa Claus movies.
I told you. Isn't it so cute?
With Tim Allen. And so there are 3 of them.
Uh-huh.
And we watched the first one on Friday night.
Mm-hmm.
And working your way through the trilogy, huh?
Trilogy. I didn't even know there was a 3rd one, but that's when they bring Martin Short in.
Yes.
Yeah, I actually haven't seen.
Which makes me want to see it now.
Yeah, it's really they're very cute. I think they did a great job with those Santa Claus
Well,
movies.
they're entirely non-controversial. I mean, there's nothing in them where you can see everything coming a mile away. It's a classic, I guess, Christmas movie. What surprised me though is, you know, when they'll do sequels and the little kid comes back and he's like he's shot up over the summer or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so I figured that's what happened between the first and the second one. What I didn't realize is that there were 8 years between the first and the second one, which really surprised me, because usually if a movie makes a ton of money, which it did, they go right away. They go, we got to shoot it. Just slap a script together. We're bringing the whole cast back. We'll figure something out.
Yeah.
But it took 8 years for them to do a second sequel. Or a first sequel, I should say, which surprised me. So we watched the first one on Friday, and, you know, they're not too long.
No,
you know how
like
I hate
like
those
90
2-hour
minutes,
comedies,
yeah.
Bill. You know how you don't need no 2 hours.
Yeah.
And
I agree with you on this one.
Yeah, and so it was good. I mean,
Yeah.
I think I was aware of them, obviously, and I had seen bits and pieces, but I had never sat through. I was in college when these came out. you know? So I never watched. So we watched the first one, and we're halfway through the second one.
It's cute. The Mrs. Claus. That's the one where he has to get married.
Well, but it's also where they make like the toy Santa that looks like him, and he's trying to take over the North Pole or something.
Yeah.
So
spoiler, I haven't seen the second one or the third one. So.
It's only 18 years old.
I know, right?
Well, the premise of the second one is that he has to get married or he
Yes.
can't be Santa Claus anymore. So he like meets this girl, whatever. But my sister and I always quote the one line to each other when he's asking her out for the first time, like his love interest. He's like, "Do you want to go get noodles or pie?" And so my sister and I'd be like, "Do you want to get dinner?" I'm like, "Noodles and pie." You know, we do that all the time.
That sounds good. But they are 3 films that are based on a pun.
Yeah.
Santa Claus, they go, we'll work backwards. A guy becomes Santa. Second one, they go, it's the Mrs. Claus. No, they got that. Third one, the Escape Clause. Yeah, okay. So we'll figure something out. We'll bring Marty Short in.
They're
figure
fun.
it all out. I'll tell you what, though, the high point of that sequel is that Elizabeth Mitchell, boy, that actress that plays the wife.
In the first one or the second one?
Second.
She's cute. The
Oh,
blonde.
my God, the blonde. Because she's been in 100 things. She was on Lost back in the day for people who watch that.
Oh,
She's been in a lot of things. But, man, is she hot.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going, she shows up, I go, hey.
I'm in.
This works. Oh, yeah, she is. Yeah.
She's really, really pretty.
She's one of those people that has been in a bunch of things. I'm like, oh, yeah, I know her, but I didn't know
That's
any
right.
of
You
her.
don't know what, you know. So we watched that, and my daughter and I have been doing Advent calendars. I'm not really Catholic anymore, and as a kid, it was a much bigger deal, Advent calendars, because we were like, you know, super Jesus-y or whatever. And you know, we were going to Mass all the time. Christmas was the worst if you grew up super Catholic, because you were going, at least in my family, my mom was already taking us to Mass every day. She took us to morning Mass every day. And then in Christmas and like Easter, the big holidays, you're going even more than that. So we had to have the Advent wreath, which was, you know, the 4 weeks of Advent for you non-Catholics. And it was this wreath that had these candles in it. And at first blush, it seemed like an obvious fire hazard. But everybody kind of looked past that or whatever, these kindling wreaths that they would then put, you know, candles in. And you had 3 purple candles and you had 1 pink candle. And the purple candles were for penitence, I think. And you got to have 3 weeks of penitence, because when you're Catholic, it's all about hating yourself, right? You get 3 weeks of penitence. And then the last candle for joy when Jesus was being born or whatever.
Penitence sang at the Christmas tree lighting ceremony.
Oh, yeah, the a cappella group.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're fantastic. Those kids, dynamite. But my wife buys, Nora and I, you know, you get like Trader Joe's Advent calendar, where you open up the little things, the calendar. You open up little things, there's candy in there, right? And so my daughter's...
Like the ones with the whiskey bottles.
Yeah. So Nora's has got like little squishy toys or something. Mine's got gummy bears or whatever. So we're doing the thing yesterday, because my daughter will sit bolt upright at 6 a.m. She's like a friggin' rooster, this kid. Sits bolt upright, immediately recounts proper math, how many days are left until Christmas, and then let's go downstairs and look at the tree. So I go downstairs, and she opens up her Advent calendar, and then I open mine up. It's empty. There's nothing in it. Nothing. It's an empty, which I thought was kind of amazing, because you only have
teaching you the true meaning of Christmas.
That's right.
It's all a sham.
That's right. Not even a tiny miniature lump of coal or anything in it. So I'm one of those people like, oh, haha, you know, a mix up at the factory, whatever. Gwen, however, my wife, is somebody who will go, I'm going to get a refund on that. I'm like, oh, it's one thing. It's okay. Yeah. She goes, no, they'll give me a refund for it. I go, it was probably like $12, right? $10? She goes, not the point. I'm going to get a refund on that. It's the sure as hell, she gets a refund on it. Yeah. Because the 6th was empty. And I go, well, it's gummy bears and that's fine. And, you know.
Yeah, I don't need the candy.
You bought them. Yeah. You know, I'd feel worse if the kid opened hers up and there was nothing in there. I'm a grown-ass man.
Yeah, but it's a reverse cheat day. You don't get a present, little gummy bear today.
You stick to your calorie intake.
But as I am a grown-ass man who likes candy, there was a part of me that was like, it's kind of a bummer.
Oh, man.
It's a little bit of a bummer.
You should get the one with the sugar-free gummy bears.
The ones that make you poop? No, thanks, Bill. I don't want those.
And then on the...
If I'm going to eat gummy bears, I'll eat them with the sugar. Because it's one the Haribo company makes these Advent calendars.
Dude.
So every day is a different kind of gummy. So you get like the gummy colas, which I love, love, love. And then there's sour ones, but they're all tiny gummies. So there's no surprise.
Yeah.
But it's fun.
Yeah, but if you get the sugar-free ones, then on the Christmas morning, there's more things coming down the chimney.
I don't need that. I don't need any more things coming down the chimney.
The Haribo Twin Snakes are probably my favorite gummy candy. Because they're 2 snakes, and one's sweet and one's sour. So they give you like that perfect kind of flavor in your mouth. Oh man, love them.
Haribo can suck it. Albanese all the way.
You say that, but I'm more of a Black Forest Haribo guy. I mean, Albanese is good. I've got a thing of them for Halloween in my pantry, and they're good. But I grew up on Haribo, and so that's what I know, and that's what I love.
I grew up. And then switched to Albanese because I'm an adult, yes.
Really?
Yes.
So in your mind, that's more of an adult candy brand.
Well, it's just a better candy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I've had them both.
Yes, and I prefer the Albanese.
I was unfamiliar with Albanese until you recommended them to me.
Yeah.
And so on your recommendation, I tried them.
They're quite good.
Subpar.
No,
But
they're not.
nevertheless,
They're-
I mean,
they're much better than Haribo.
No.
Yeah.
It's patently false.
I think we're all forgetting about the gas station 2-for-1 peach rings right now. So how about we bring in the real hero?
Yeah, what is that? Oh God, what is that label? They're the red and white packaging,
Yeah,
and they
it's
just make
just-
all the generic candies like
it's just-
Carter's or
yes,
something.
I don't know what it is, but it's just got like the paper on top of the plastic. And it just says like no fancy nut, just peach rings.
Peach
Like,
rings, yeah.
that's
It's
it.
like corrugated paper. Yeah. Hey, bullseyes, peach rings, some kind of weirdo
cherry
trail mix.
sours,
Yeah, cherry
yeah.
sours. Michigan cherry sours. When the Santa Claus came out, every middle school girl was in love with Bernard. Yeah, that kid.
Yes.
David
He was so
Krumholtz.
cute.
Yeah, he grew
Mhm.
up and did a whole bunch of other things too.
I think he was in American Pie.
He was in 10 Things I Hate About
10
You.
Things I Hate About You.
yeah,
That's what it was. Yeah,
And I think he's in The Sopranos right now.
Is he really?
Yeah, I think he's one of the goons that just kind of doesn't ever have like
Oh.
a real big role, but he's just kind of there because he looks the part.
I remember seeing the Santa Claus as a kid, and then when 10 Things I Hate About You came out, I was like, oh, that's Bernard. Like that's him, you know.
But without the weirdo hair braids. It
And
was
the
a
glitter.
it was a weird costume choice.
Yeah.
They gave the kid they gave him like a Rasta hat and braids, and he was like the head elf. Very strange. Stephen Canton says maybe my flavor that day was Holy Ghost. Yeah, I don't know. Again, this is not a it's not a religious oriented advent calendar. It's just a way for these places to market stuff to people. You know, you open up the little door and there's something back there.
Yeah.
For me, yesterday,
Maybe yesterday was you find the sweetness within you.
oh, it turned out the gummy bear was inside you all along because they take so long to digest.
Yes.
It still is. Hello, who's this?
Hello, Alan.
Yes, sir.
How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm good. What's going on?
Dealing with a concussion right now, so I just wanted to tell Bill, I'm glad you have no babies, and Mary, thanks for listening to and liking this version of my phone conversation.
Yes, no problem, man.
America first. Get that through your head, dude. America first. America first. You heard that before? What? America first. America first. What the hell, man? Dude, America first. America first. To all of you, let me explain one damn thing. America, America, America. Dude, you understand? America, America, America. My point is America's first.
Alan, every Haribo product is pure trash. Black Forest is the LeBron James of gummies. Listen, I like that too. I'm just telling you. I you know, what do you want from me?
I don't like trolley.
I know what I like.
Or trolley, however you say it.
Trolley. Yeah.
Those are the ones I could never have again and be fine.
I think the deep dark secret is they all taste exactly the same. And we've made ourselves
It's suggestive selling.
Yeah, it is. Yes. I think we've gotten ourselves into this weird brand loyalty.
I think Albanese is just better.
It's
I don't
a
know.
consistency,
It's a consistency thing. Yeah. Like
Albanese is softer.
Yeah, I like
Definitely.
the softness. The guy I was thinking of is not Bernard. He was Vinny on Doogie Howser.
I was
always
going to
mix
say
those two up.
Max Casella, I think, is the actor. He was in
Yes.
He was in Vinyl too, a great HBO show that got canceled too soon. The kid from Rookie of the Year was the one in American Pie when he got a little bit older. That kid.
Got it.
I don't know the name, but that's what Steve says, and I believe him. Bernard was the geeky kid in Addams Family Values.
Oh, yeah.
The kid grew up and he's been acting the whole time. I
Yeah.
mean, he was on this show called Numbers. Like if your grandparents watch CBS on
That was
Sunday
like
nights.
that was like a
Yes.
non-cable show. I remember it, and the E was a 3.
There
I'm
you-
pretty
yes.
sure.
They were
Yeah.
like code breakers or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Thomas Ian Nicholas was the guy from Rookie of the Year.
There you
Yeah.
go. Why not? Okay, I've got a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192, want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 W.
216-578-1007 if you want to join us live. 800-348-1007. 35192. Send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch the show live there if you like. Got volume 46 of the Instagram Hotties. New episode of the Bill Squire Show is up there as well. Who's with you on the show this week?
Dave Hill.
Very funny dude.
Very, very funny.
Love Dave.
Dave is on Instagram right now. He got kicked off of Twitter because he was telling everybody that he was going to bang their moms. And that's all he was doing. That will get you.
It is amazing. No wonder people are confused. I don't care where you are politically. No wonder people are confused. What will get you in trouble on Twitter?
And you're just going, and then I'm going to bang your mom. And then that got him kicked off Twitter. He can't make a new Twitter account.
Is it because he did it so many times
that
he made a spectacle of himself?
How would they know if he had like a different email and stuff?
I think he just doesn't want to.
I get it. He doesn't want to mess with it.
But he's on his Instagram account now. He does this thing where he calls out the townie punks, and then a few people that were sick of him calling out the townie punks called my show and left him messages, and I played those for him on the Bill Squire Show, and it's a pretty fun episode.
The townie punks.
Yeah, the townie punks. They had enough of him.
Yeah,
calling out the townie punks and saying that he was going to school them when they thought that he was the one that needed to be schooled.
Oh, so there was some confusion on some schooling.
Just some,
That's
people
the
going
state
at
of
it.
the American school system. Education, confusion, the American education system. Nobody can make hide nor hair of it.
It's a fun episode. If you like dry humor, this is probably the one for you.
I do.
Because it's pretty dry.
I like mine bone dry. Bone dry. That's how I like my humor. Our little Poundcake, who is at home, you sent me this clip here, Bill, and it feels like, as much as we give Poundcake a hard time, that if you give anything he says enough time, it will work its way into the cultural bloodstream. And Bill sent me a clip of a guy named David Pollock.
Okay.
Just the name.
What?
It's just the guy's name.
Who's over on College Game Day. Is this ESPN?
Yes, this is ESPN, and he's talking about the Coastal Carolina game, I believe.
Okay.
Which I have some trivia because a customer sent this to me, and then I kind of copied what he wrote down, sent that to you, but then he also had some trivia to ask you, so I'm going to ask you that after we play this clip.
Okay. Let me find it. I just had it. Here, you guys talk to each other. I'm going to check something real quick, okay?
All right.
Yeah, sure. Quiet.
See what's going on with this guy? He can't keep it together.
It's a mess.
There's a few shows. What is there, like 7 shows left in the year?
8, I think, including today.
Including today?
Yeah. We're off
and
until
he
next week.
can't even get a simple clip to play.
Number one best radio show in Cleveland.
Right. I think it's
Here
time
we
for
are.
a coup.
We need a recount. All right.
Yeah, nothing but support while you were gone.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate that.
Alan Cox, everybody.
It was in there. I don't know why I couldn't find it, but at first blush, I couldn't. Why can't I still? Hold on. I know what I'll do.
Did you play it off the email that I sent you?
No, because I had to pump up. There we go.
Oh, okay.
I just had to refresh. I had to pop up the audio on it.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Okay, so this is a guy talking about the BYU Coastal Carolina game. I've only heard of one of those schools. So I'll just play this clip here.
Yeah, we've talked about it all year long, adapt and improvise, right? And how about BYU taking this game on short notice, sending the trucks across the country before they even know this game was going to come to fruition?
Before they even knew this game was going to come to fruition.
Yeah.
I mean, it is.
Common mistake.
Well, it is interesting that, I mean, if you
Is
give
that
it
a
enough
professional
time.
broadcaster?
What's that?
I said, is that a professional broadcaster?
I mean, I thought so, but not anymore. I don't. That is on ESPN.
Yeah, that's on ESPN. Yeah.
Well, listen, there's a lot of dummies in professional broadcasting, but
especially sports.
Yeah, sure, of course. But what I'm saying is, you should feel good that word in particular, fruition, which up till now we've only pulled off of the Poundcake glossary, but it has worked its way at least onto an ESPN coverage.
Is that perhaps a way to send like a little signal? out to people, Poundcake? Like, hey, I use fruition. Meet me in the bathroom stall. I'll tap my toe. Come on in. Like,
Sure.
that's a
could
big-
this be he's like on the DL and that's like fruition is a way to let people know?
I'm okay with you guys making fun of me because
I'm
everyone
not-
takes cracks at the trendsetter.
Trendsetter.
Listen, if that's how you want to think of it. I thought of it more as the decline of Western civilization. But yeah, cool. I mean, trendsetter.
I mean, it is
works,
trending.
I'm ahead of the
It's
curve.
trending that way.
It is. That's right. It's trendy. So now all we have to do is get all of the other made-up Poundcake words onto some kind of national broadcast, because fruition came very early in his glossary career. Was preceded only by outroar.
Career.
No. You use your words, I'll use mine. It was preceded only by outroar, Warbury, which he contends was given to him. So he was just passing that one along, and politely. So fruition came very, very early.
Yeah.
If we can find somebody, which in itself is a nice word.
Yeah,
'cause
I get it. I can
he
see
did it
it.
rather politely, and to the best of my knowledge, you know, a lot of times people go, "Hey, that is actually a word." All right, cool. You know,
It's full of politeness.
full of politeness. If we could work one fatal swoop into one of these broadcasts, that would be great too.
It's just a matter of time.
I mean,
and just a matter of coverage. Like, this was sent by a customer, Kevin. So if the customers are out there and they hear stuff like this, then they have to send it to us. And
Grab it.
Yeah, we don't get everything just between the four of us. So we have to have a little help from the customers.
yeah, of course. You know, we're not getting Baba Booies or anything out there. So if a fruition comes through,
Let
you
us know.
Also on ESPN, somebody needs to work in badminton.
God.
Do they broadcast badminton games over on ESPN? I know they do every other friggin'
On the
thing.
Ocho.
On the Ocho.
That was one of my favorite days. I love
Badminton.
Badminton Day was such a good day.
They
And
need to have a
you're-
game show called Ollie Ollie Auction Free.
Ollie Ollie Auction Free. That's right. Folly Ollie Auction Free. Petronome is one of his. Hubbabaloo.
That wasn't me. I think that was Christy Capel.
No, that was
No, she said
Jigaboo.
Jigaboo.
I was
You
giving
were
her a bit of a
Hubbabaloo. She didn't know what it meant though.
And by the way, I think it probably worked out better for you. Of course, you could say that, I guess, if you want to. No, Hubbabaloo was absolutely yours. Christy Capel had to take a couple of days wearing the hair shirt. Authenticality, he threw that on there. Coffin skate, we all love coffin skate. So if any of these work their way into national broadcasts, we would love to know about it.
Coffin skated.
Coffin skated.
Coffin skated.
Because, as Bill said, we're not going to get to all of them. Doc Isle instead of the word docile.
That's what
Again,
we
that's
made
not a-
him read out loud.
That's not even a made-up word. That's just a mispronounced word. I like the made-up words. Of sound and mind. So, again, if you are a lawyer and you ever have the opportunity to write up Poundcake's will, please put in there, I, Cody Allen Brown, of sound and mind, do hereby bequeath
At the tip of my lips.
Yes.
From the tip
on
of
the
my
tip
lips.
of my lips, I hereby bequeath my gastronomical trolley horse. These won't all be handy-downs, but there'll be some... you'll need someone also to put that legal document into language terms. Once it's all over. So anyway, but the long and the short of it is that fruition was on ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
So now the question becomes, do I cross that off of his list?
No.
Put a star by it. A star indicates it's been used by another broadcaster.
There you go. All right. That's a good notation.
I like that.
Now we just got to get managerial or balsamic on one of the cooking. See, there's a place for each one of
Yes.
these.
Yeah.
Balsamic could be on the cooking channel.
Yeah,
The
start
Great
doing some
American
research.
Bake Off. Whatever.
Wolverine is on
Yeah.
HGTV, maybe?
Something.
They got to be out there.
Warbury's was a wardrobe, right?
Warbury was wardrobe.
Got it.
Relucted instead of reluctant. If we could, I never watched Supermarket Sweep as a kid, but my wife loved that show. and they rebooted it with Leslie Jones.
Yeah.
So we've been watching the rebooted Supermarket Sweep, which is very entertaining.
Yeah.
But it's basically a half-hour commercial for products, right?
It's silly.
It's silly, yeah, yeah. But if we could get her to say conveyor belt on Supermarket Sweep, you'd really be onto something there, right? You'd turn a minus into a plus, Cody. And there's nothing wrong with nothing wrong. Well,
you want royalties on
these? All right. Do you want this little bit of trivia, Alan? This is from Kevin.
Do I want trivia?
Yeah.
Of course I want trivia.
All right. He said, side note for a bit of trivia for Alan. Coastal Carolina are the Chanticleers. Curious to know if Alan knows what book and author they got their name from.
Okay. Give it to me again.
It's the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers, and they got that name from a book. And he wanted to know if he knew the book and the author.
Do I know the? I do not.
Can you spell Chanticleer?
I think because I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it right. I've never seen this word before. Chanticleers.
That is Ralph Waldo Emerson.
No,
that was a good. That was a really good. That was a really good. No, I don't.
Yeah, I didn't know this either. It's from Canterbury Tales, Geoffrey Chaucer.
Well, that's a Chanticleer. It's not a Canticleer.
Well, he spelled it Chanticleers.
That's Chan in Chaucer.
Oh, he might have misspelled
It's not
it.
Geoffrey Chaucer. It's Geoffrey. You leave out your H's, you leave out a lot. Well, maybe they.
that's
again, just because they spell it differently doesn't mean they didn't get their name from it. So you're right. I guess you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they might be the Chanticleers. I don't know.
I see.
That's what you put over your dining room
It
table.
is. They're the
really...
Chanticleers. He got it wrong. Chanticl.
Oh, the T is a Chanticleer.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So try and get this trivia where I got it wrong.
What is a chandelier? What is a thing that hangs over your? Yeah. Okay.
I want to swing
from
the Chanticleer.
Yeah, I don't know what a Chanticleer is, but there are a lot of things I don't know what they are.
But would you have gotten it anyway?
If it was
Chanticleer from Charles. Yeah, from Canterbury Tales.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like we had to read Canterbury Tales.
Everybody did.
Yeah, that was a high school thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of classic books that I never read that I'm trying to read as an adult because for whatever reason, if you took AP English at my school, they wanted you to read like super dense, weird books. So I never got to read books that a lot of people have read.
Yeah.
People who don't like to read have read these books.
Yeah.
And so I got to go back. Like I've never read.
To Kill a Mockingbird?
Never read To Kill a Mockingbird.
Oh,
yeah,
that's a
Great
good one.
Gatsby. What are ones we
Never
had
read
too?
The Great Gatsby. I mean,
you've never
Lord
read
of
To
the
Kill a Mockingbird?
Flies.
That's a great book.
That's what my wife Gwen goes. God, you never read. I go, no, we were reading like Sartre and all these. I guess our AP English staff thought you guys should really know your Chinua Achebe books.
At bookstores, they have sections for like classic literature like that. Like those short stories you read in high school, and they're like $7 a piece. Like they're not. I mean, I'm sure you can probably find them online for free or something. But
I'm literally
they're everywhere.
Because I'm going to give myself a pass because I never did it in school. I'm just grabbing the Spark Notes of all these books.
Yeah.
Cliff's Notes. I'm just going to read on all these books. I'm going to go, yeah, I read that book. Sure.
I struggled a lot with Shakespeare in
I
high
love
school.
Shakespeare.
So what I bought, what were they called? It was like not Shakespeare for Dummies, but it had like the Shakespearean on one side of the page and then
The
basically
translation,
on the other. And then I made it through like 2 plays or whatever without that. And I was like, man, Shakespeare's stupid. This sucks. And then when I got like the modern English translation, I'm like, this guy's hilarious. Like, some of the things he said, like A Midsummer Night's Dream.
Yeah.
I was like, that became my favorite one. Because I'm like, this is funny. This is like fast paced, but those things saved my life when we were doing Shakespeare.
I think it's funny that people have been trying to debunk Shakespeare ever since, though. They're like, this wasn't one guy. And what do I know? Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was like Banksy, like a collective of people.
Yeah.
But yeah, all these books that like friends of mine were like, like To Kill a Mockingbird. You never read that? I'm like, no. I had to read Catcher in the Rye on my own, like recreationally, because it was never assigned to us.
Animal Farm.
George Orwell.
Did you have to read that one?
I read that one.
I read it recreationally.
Oh yeah.
I reread a lot of these because I didn't really absorb them well when I read them as a Student?
Of Mice and Men?
Yeah, had to read that.
Okay. That's a short one. That was only like 100 pages. Isn't
Don't
it?
remember.
I feel
To
like
Kill
I-
Him,
remember
yeah, it's
reading
pretty
it.
short, but To Kill a Mockingbird's not very long either. Like, that's
No.
one that you could probably tear through pretty quickly.
In a day.
I remember reading Grapes of Wrath.
I never read that one. That wasn't part of our.
That was a long one.
Yeah.
We did a whole semester on Edgar Allan Poe. I feel well, maybe not a whole semester, but it felt like a long time on Edgar Allan Poe, and I fell in love with him. I was like, this guy's dark. This guy had a past. He died in a gutter. Like, I actually just recently got a book of Edgar Allan Poe's poems.
This is why women are weird.
It's not like I was.
He's got a pass and he died in a gutter. What a heartthrob.
No, I don't mean I loved him like that. I just was drawn to him as like a person.
She likes those stinky guys.
Yeah.
Bill. That's what she's
Gutterman. Da-da.
into. Hello, who's this?
Hey, this is Brent.
Brent, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, man? Hey, if you haven't checked it out yet, you guys need to look up Thug Notes on YouTube. If you're trying to get the gist of all those books you haven't read yet, black on YouTube just gives you out the gangster version of those.
Oh,
books.
Thug Notes.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said Pug Notes. I'm like, it was a
No,
dog reading them to me.
Thug Notes on YouTube. Check it out, man. It's hilarious. And also, just want to let you know, the Browns are 9-3, and Epstein still didn't kill him.
Hell yeah, dude. You get it.
You know what?
get
I'll
it.
take that. First time in 25 years I read, right? That the Browns have been 9-3.
Yeah.
Thank you, man. Good for them. Baker Mayfield, boy, who'd have thunk?
Did it.
This kid
Great game yesterday.
would be
underrated.
huh?
He's overrated. That's what people say.
Overrated.
Instead of
Well,
that.
but even so, they were like going into this game. They were like, well, they're scheduled. There were still plenty of naysayers, but they were both 8-3 teams, and
Yeah.
these guys rolled over them. From what I came in like halfway through the second quarter and watched.
I mean, the Titans were in the title game last year. What is it? I was going to say the AFC,
championship game?
The AFC championship game, yeah.
I like Steve Kornacki breaking it down. They threw him over there for the NFL. You know who Steve Kornacki is?
Yes.
He was the guy that
Watched
was
him a lot at the beginning of the month.
Yeah, election night. Yeah. And leading up to the election, Steve Kornacki over there for NBC, he was kind of their prognosticator. And then as more and more people got to know who he was.
Map Daddy.
Map Daddy. They called him the chart throb. Yeah, this guy would be out there in front of. He's like a better looking Nate Silver as far as your prognosticators go. And he was going over the team's futures in the playoffs, the likelihood of them being into the playoffs.
Playoff probabilities. We're talking about that in December. Take a look at what that win did in the NFC playoff picture for the Giants. They came into the day barely a 30% chance of making it, now up to a 45% chance. And by the way, that could get higher tomorrow unless Washington finds a way to beat Pittsburgh tomorrow. Expect that Giants number to grow further. Also, by knocking off Seattle, Seattle falls to the 5th spot right now. Still overwhelmingly likely Seattle will be in the playoffs. But at this point, what they get now would be a date with the Giants, at the Giants in the playoffs, if this were to hold. The other thing in the NFC, the other big movement, Arizona, by losing that game to the Rams today, they fall out of the playoffs at this point to number 8.
By the way, Terry the Goat did not have a good week.
Terry the Goat's had that bad couple of weeks.
If
like
she
3 weeks in a row, I
Yeah.
feel like she's had some tough picks.
If she nails the 2 Monday night games and tomorrow night's game, she'll be at 500.
All right, let me ask you this.
But
though.
otherwise, right now she's like 3-6.
Did she predict the Giants beating the Seahawks?
She picked. I don't think she picked that game.
Okay, because that was a pretty big upset right there.
Giants over the Seahawks.
Yeah.
Right. And the Jets are 0-12.
Yep.
Still winless. Fired their DC because of
our
call he
former
made.
DC, and he just that was a ridiculous game, and that's one where you're like, okay, they're just trying to get the number 1 pick.
Were they just throwing it at this point?
Like, it was ridiculous. Like, the call on that play was ridiculous for them to be. They needed a touchdown to win. The Raiders needed a touchdown to win, and they got like a 70-yard touchdown with like 5 seconds left. Where normally you're going to be in like a prevent defense. You give them all the yards you can up front, but you've got to protect the end zone. And that's not the play that they had. They had one-on-one coverage with the fastest receiver on the field, and they just
They
gave
let
up a
him have it,
touchdown. Yeah,
essentially.
basically. And then the guy got fired.
Baltimore sitting back there in 9th place, almost the same chance. 47% for Baltimore, 51% for Miami. Why? Baltimore has the easiest stretch run schedule in the league. Miami, meanwhile, They're playing Kansas City next week, so they've got a much tougher schedule. And we got to mention this one, the Cleveland Browns. They pull the upset against Tennessee. It's not quite 100%, but they are 97% of the way to the first one in 18 years.
97% likely for the playoffs.
Exciting.
Look at that.
And if there's any team that can
Don't even
snatch defeat from the jaws of victory.
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you what, though. They have been they've done a real good job so far of unbrowning the Browns.
Yeah.
This season, every game. I feel like people are starting to legitimately feel confident rather than just hedging their bets or trying to play it safe.
That was a
They're
good
like,
win.
they'll screw it up somehow. I feel like now people are like, oh, like we're getting used to them winning against
Pretty
other
cool.
teams.
They're winning and they're doing it in a, that game was another one where it was closer. The score was closer than the actual game was because the Titans got a few garbage touchdowns in the fourth quarter, but it wasn't close.
So the only teams, according to Steve Kornacki, who, by the way, really sounded like he knew what he was doing there, too. I didn't know if he was just if they gave him some numbers and then he kind of did his analysis thing or what, but it sounded like he knew what was going on.
Well, he knows the probabilities.
Only team more likely, percentage-wise, to be in the playoffs there, Pittsburgh and Kansas City, which are two, obviously, juggernaut teams.
Mm-hmm.
11-0 for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
But
Bill,
if there were some way
there were
to have
some
the
way
Steelers
to...
banished into Jumanji,
Right.
and perhaps
Have you been
they wouldn't
keeping an
make
eye
it
on the
at all.
petition?
I haven't checked it in a few days. I can check it real quick.
Yeah,
though.
I'll take a break and you
All right.
check that. If you want to get a call into us, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. Want to text 35192, and you can get to us at AlanCoxShow.com.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our
It's always one of my favorite Chili Pepper songs, but they only did it for the Wayne's World soundtrack. 1992, they put this on I don't think they released it anywhere else, but I tweeted this out earlier anyway, the link. Josh Gad does this thing called Reunited Apart, which has been a lot of fun during the pandemic, where he's been getting the casts of classic movies together. I think he did Back to the Future, and he's, because obviously people are in their homes, and it's a lot easier to get these people in front of their computer than in a room or anything else. And the most recent one is Wayne's World, where he gets just about everybody. Aerosmith is part of it for some reason. Those guys are in there. Tia Carrere, by the way, who still looks amazing.
Aerosmith was in the second one.
Aerosmith, that's right.
Yeah.
Second one. Alice Cooper in the first one.
Yeah.
But so I was a little, maybe he just wanted to get people in front of each other. But Mike Myers and Dana Carvey and Rob Lowe. And it's a lot of fun. So if you're looking for something to watch, it's only about 40 minutes long.
I'm into it.
But Wayne's World Reunited Apart is on Josh Gad's YouTube channel. He does a lot of these. This is kicking off his second season of Reunited Apart. I think he did Ferris Bueller. I think he did Back to the Future. The perfect time to do something like this, too, because, again, you can get everybody in front of their computers.
You think they pay them to do that, or is it just like, hey, if you guys are, you're hanging out?
I think he does it to raise money for charity.
Oh, okay.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's got people who, Steven Tyler, Joe Perry, Tia Carrere, and
I love Wayne's World and Wayne's World 2. They're both very funny.
Wayne's World 2 less so. That was one with Farley,
I mean, Farley was in the other one a little bit.
Wayne Stock was Wayne's World 2, right?
Wayne Stock was Wayne's World 2.
Yeah. But both of those movies...
Weird Naked Indian.
Right.
There's just, like, the whole fight scene with Tia Carrere's dad, where it goes from subtitles to dubbed, and, like, it's great. It's just silliness.
Zang!
Yeah.
Excellent. Surprising no one who's paying attention, I assume, Rudy Giuliani has the coronavirus. I don't think there's anyone...
Tots and pears.
What's that?
Tots and pears. Like thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't.
I didn't at all.
That's why I was
Tots and
clarifying.
pears. Nope, did not get that.
I was thinking tater tots and pears. Like that.
It sounded delicious to me. I thought Poundcake didn't realize that we were back, and he was just looking at the menu at Casa Cake for tonight. It's like, tots and pears. That sounds good. Otherwise, I was going to have noodles and pie. And tots and pears sounds really good. You know what? I think I'll have that. Could you bring more water? Rudy Giuliani, says he feels great. I don't know if the same can be said for everyone who has come in contact with him over the past couple of weeks, since he was doing the whole, these guys can't wear masks in public or else, they'll get in trouble with the guy who's almost not president anymore. And if you watch Saturday Night Live, the cold open wrote itself because of that Melissa Carone. We played that audio for you last week. She was
we were talking a lot about Cecily Strong not being around, and she was in this episode a lot. And, I found out that she was shooting a movie in Vancouver, and that's why she hasn't been around.
I assume that's why Adie Bryant was around this week, because she's got a show on Hulu called... what's her show called? Chubby, or it's called...
Fat Girl or something.
No, my wife watched it. It's a funny show, really funny, but I forget what it's called. So, Cecily Strong is up there with her hair piled on top and her glasses and playing Melissa Carone.
She nailed it.
Yeah.
Personally saw hundreds, if not thousands, of dead people vote.
You saw them?
Yeah, basically.
Has everybody heard, not just here, is everybody familiar with the source audio? I know we played it last week, but everybody knows how they're setting this up, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The poll book is completely off.
This is the real lady.
I'd say that poll book is off by over 100,000. Why don't you look at the registered voters on there?
My question then is, if the
Guess how many? Wait, what about the turnout rate? 120%.
Let's let Representative Johnson ask his question.
My question is, why we're not seeing the poll book off by 30,000 votes? That's not the case.
What did you guys do? Take it and do something crazy to it?
I personally saw hundreds, if not thousands, of dead people vote. You saw them? Yeah, basically, yes. I remember because I was walking out and they were walking in. And then they gave their votes to Democrats. And then you probably did something crazy with them, didn't you?
I don't handle ballots, and I'm a Republican.
Then you're literally useless. You have no use. Did you check every poll? Did you talk to all the dead people? We're state senators. Excuse me. I have been threatened. My kids have been threatened. My kids have threatened me, and I've threatened them right back. I'm sorry, but this testimony is full of lies. I'm not lying. I signed it after David.
After David?
Yeah, that's correct. David signed, and then I signed right after David.
Okay, Miss Malone, we're going to ask you to leave now.
You aren't even going to admit that Dominion cheated.
How exactly did Dominion cheat?
Well, for starters, they cheated me out of my cheesy bread.
I think you're confusing Dominion with Domino's.
Either way, my vote took longer than 30 minutes, so it's supposed to be free.
Yeah, so it pretty much wrote itself. It was very funny.
Jason Bateman did good. The stew sketch was
Dude,
fantastic. That's like an instant classic.
Me.
Which one?
Stu's Letter to Santa. It's a playoff of Stan, the Eminem
Pete
one.
Davidson.
Oh my
Yeah, it's good.
God.
Well, we're watching. I'm like, I think they put Jason Bateman in the Santa suit twice.
Yeah, I
like
like
the
that
hamster
other
ball
one.
one was really funny.
I
and,
like that one a lot. I like those ones where it's just like think of reasons to have to move around in a situation where it's hard to move around.
It's just physical comedy.
Yeah, it's great.
I'm a sucker for that.
It's especially in those live performances where you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know exactly. Like there's going to be some silliness that wasn't planned, and it's a lot of fun. But that was a good one in that. This is like the most comfortable I feel like I've seen Pete Davidson in sketches. Because he was in and not just like the pre-recorded ones, like in live sketches, he seemed like he was actually in a character a few times, not just being Pete Davidson.
Yeah. Speaking of that, Melissa Carone, by the way. Obviously, when you become center stage in anything like that, people are going to dig into your history. But you didn't have to dig very far with this woman. She's a piece of work. She had, when she volunteered or whatever to do this Giuliani thing, she had just gotten off probation. You read all that?
Yeah.
She just got off probation for threatening her fiance's ex-wife by. She was charged.
How's that even a crime?
She was charged under a different name with first-degree obscenity and using a computer to commit a crime. She had gotten a year of probation in Wayne County, Michigan. And she leaked sex tapes or sex videos of her and her fiance and sent them to his ex-wife and then threw him under the bus by saying it was actually him who sent them.
Ooh, let's see him.
Which well, that's the thing, is I'm looking at this woman and I'm going, I hate to say it, I want to see these videos now.
I want to see it.
I want to see these videos now.
Do you want to see me do your ex-husband? Because I'll show you it. You remember him like this, but you don't because he hates you.
The reason I got charged for it is it was sent off of my phone, she said. This is the woman, by the way. She's sitting next to Giuliani, presenting herself as a cybersecurity analyst.
Right.
She just got she's like seasonal work for, the election season. Yeah, for Domino's. Yeah. So she was on probation for that.
I'm surprised she got probation. That's like a federal offense. That's like revenge porn.
Well, that's what you get in trouble for. But now I want to see this video of her.
Yeah, right.
There's multiple.
Huh?
She has some big jugs, too.
How do you know?
I saw the video.
You didn't see the video. You did?
In her in court.
No, I mean the video she made and leaked. She's wearing like a scarf and a sweater. I couldn't really see anything. I guess I wasn't. I was so transfixed by her face and the words that were coming out of it that I guess I didn't really pay too much attention to anything else that was going on. But I don't know. There's something about her. I'd like her to stick around.
Like to cut her jib.
Yeah, I'd like her to keep kind of getting in trouble, because she's kind of that. You figure she's that girl who, she probably is still where she went to high school and.
She's like the hottest bartender in town.
Yeah, she's like a bartender in Ferndale or something.
Yeah.
And she got into some trouble with the law a couple of times. They got her mugshot. And she saw an opportunity to really get in front of the public. Unfortunately, is all this Rudy Giuliani nonsense. But I like how she throws the fiance under the bus. She goes, no. He sent him to his ex-wife. I didn't do it.
You want to show her what she was missing.
Well, you were missing
You
with
missed
all this.
You all want to do. You want to have it.
Alan Cox Show After Hours line, by the way, you can always call that. It is 216-986-8903.
Alan!
Whoa.
You're a word nerd,
Whoa.
so I kind of wanted to pick your brain on this topic. American Standard English, which is the kind of English that is taught in many schools and that was formerly referred to as language of success or professional language. However, recently academic literature has proposed that American Standard English is actually a form of racial oppression to those students who speak African American English, or was more popularly known as Ebonics. This new belief being that as long as information is in the head is able to be effectively communicated, who's to say the way that they are speaking is less correct or incorrect than another form of English dialect. This new bunch of academic literature also proposes that grammar and syntax are largely not necessary or needed, and just a way for dominant culture to make those who aren't proficient in that dominant grammar and syntax feel less than, and then oppress those people who aren't able to master that grammar and syntax. Word nerd, your opinion.
Oh.
I don't know.
I think as long as you can understand what people are coming across. Ebonics have been around a long, long time now. It's not even called that anymore. It's they gave it a nice long, they give it a fancy acronym. What's Ebonics now?
Oh, I don't remember.
It's like African American verbal equality. It's called something. I don't know what it is. But listen, man, language is fluid. We give Poundcake a hard time, but guess what? Fruition now is on ESPN.
Yeah.
Famously, the domain of word nerds over there at ESPN, right? But it's got to start somewhere. I think as long as people can understand you, that's the point of communication.
Well, I don't many words when few words do.
You're talking about word economy then. Because my daughter goes, do we use words? And I go, yeah, what do you mean? She goes, well, how do we know words and how do we know what aren't words? And I go, you mean the difference between words and sounds? And she goes, yeah. And I go, well, when we're communicating with each other, we're using words. Sometimes people will just use noises, but those aren't recognized as words. So if you say to me, hi, I understand what you're saying. If you say, bleh, I don't know what you're trying to get across to me, So I'm like, yeah, there's sounds that don't make up words. So kind of pursuant to that, she was asking me about that. And I go, well, that's, as long as you and I can understand each other, some of it's going to be, most of it's going to be words. Some of it might not be.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't even know if Ebonics was still like a thing that was worried about. But I guess
question for you, though.
I guess it's to his point. What I assume his point was is if all these things are thrown together to it's one more thing to make people feel bad, or
I don't know.
I don't know.
I think he brought it up to say, hey, when people are speaking a certain way, you gotta let it go, because as long as you understand what they're saying, there's no reason to talk down to them and tell them that they're, don't be as pretentious. Like, what was the comment that you replied to?
That I'm pretentious.
Yeah.
Guy on Twitter didn't like me.
Well, there aren't very funny. So.
Well, no, but again, I think there's because sometimes you can't understand what somebody's saying. And, I guess if I can't understand what you're saying because you're using some kind of... Poundcake uses slang all the time, right? Uses slang all the time.
All the time.
Yeah, you do. You throw things in all the time that I have no clue what you're talking about.
My Poundcake dictionary is not that long. I've been on the show for 5 years. So it's not
What's that got to do with anything?
I'm just saying, I don't mispronounce words, or
it's a glossary.
I don't say words that people don't understand all the time.
What I'm saying is, a lot of times you use slang because you're probably used to using it around people who know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Or that's part of your brand, right? It's not. This isn't a criticism, by the way. It's just an observation. And then if you bring it in here, old white dude doesn't know what you're talking about. You know what I mean? Like, it's going to go over my head. Sometimes I get it, sometimes I don't. So again, it's just you kind of, I don't know.
As long as you get your point across, right?
I guess. I do take umbrage, though. I guess proving that guy on Twitter's point. I do take umbrage, though, with the notion that you're pretentious if you speak well. And that has trailed me my entire career. When I first came to Cleveland, the morning show spent a year kicking me in the balls because I had a vocabulary, as though that was a bad thing or something.
I think there's lots of things that make you pretentious, not just speaking well.
Thank you, Bill. I appreciate that.
It's multifaceted.
I appreciate that, right? Just because I'm speaking the Kings doesn't mean that... listen, I talk the way I talk because I like language.
For me...
And God forbid, as a professional communicator, I try to get myself across as best I can. You know?
Yeah.
Words are part of your palate. And the more that you have at your disposal, the better your thoughts are going to be. The better your whatever is going to be.
I think for me, your
I
pretension...
don't think I'm a pretentious person, by the way.
Well, you have a teapot, so...
I do have a teapot.
And you use it, so...
And I do.
Pinky out.
Okay, no, not pinky out.
Pinky in.
No. I think I'm,
Or
again...
you're like you hold it with two hands like a girl under a blanket.
That's like a giant mug thing, though, I feel like. I'm just watching the marshmallows bob up and down on my cocoa.
Sniff it.
Yeah. Like I'm in a commercial. A Glade commercial.
When we went to Magic of Lights the other day, it was Thursday night, my girlfriend made hot cocoa for us, and we put it in, like, travel containers. And I didn't finish mine, and in the morning, I went to dump it out, and the marshmallows had swollen up to, like, be almost the size of the entire cup. And I, like, poured it out, and instead of, like, liquid coming out, it was just one giant marshmallow that like, thumped on the sink. And I was like, oh, man, I kind of want to take a bite of that.
I was going to say, you missed a golden opportunity to get a knife and fork and cut into that giant marshmallow.
What was that from?
What?
That's from, was that the episode of The Simpsons? Where he puts, like, marshmallows in his hot cocoa and then dumps it out and cuts it with a fork?
Yeah, it gets huge in the mug. Yeah, it just takes up the whole thing of the mug. Yeah. Here's some hot chocolate for you.
Where did you come from, baby? How did you know I needed you? How did you know I needed you so badly? How did you know I'd give my heart gladly? Yesterday, I was one of the lonely people. Now you're lying close to me, making love to me. I believe in miracles. We're wrong. You sexy thing, you. I believe in miracles.
I like the old-timey, 70s, if you want to go old-timey. Like the Freddie Mercury kind of, he used them a lot. The mic stands that didn't have the bass.
Yeah.
They were just a mic, like,
They
thing.
carried them around.
Like a boom that you would hold. Yeah, whatever it was.
Well, I don't think that was like that's just a regular mic stand that he pulled off in the movie Bohemian Rhapsody. They show him trying to adjust the mic stand and then, like, pulling that part off and just going like, okay, this is what I do now.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's his thing.
Gives you something to hold.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah. Anyway, what were we talking about? Language.
You being pretentious.
Right. And I don't think that I am.
Language, clothing, appearance.
Well,
give
me an example. How am I pretentious about food?
Yeah, I think you're
You
very
guys
judgy of
turn
people
your
that
nose up.
and
Pretentious?
butter-based foods.
Yes. Anything butter-based or ranch-based
I just don't like those things.
or gravy-based.
Yes, but in the way that you don't like them, it comes across as pretentious.
Like you're too good for gravy.
Yeah. Honestly, that could be the name of your biography. Too good for gravy. Yeah.
Too good for gravy. Right. Well, I feel like pretentious is always trying to present yourself as better than. And I don't think I do that.
Well, I
don't
constantly reference how you're a millionaire.
No, you guys constantly make up that I'm a millionaire.
Why would we make something like that up?
Please. If I were a millionaire, you think I'd be in here?
The internet wouldn't lie.
The internet?
Says you're a millionaire.
That is true. The internet never lies. That is true. Man.
And someone on the internet said you're pretentious, so
boy,
there you go.
Hoisted by my own petard. That's not
And you said
pretentious,
things
is
like
it?
that.
Yeah,
Oh, come on.
that's one right there.
I just did it, didn't I? Oh, darn it all.
You don't feed your kid pop? That's pretty pretentious.
Yeah.
At 18 months?
Yeah. You're out
What,
here
you
with
too good for your toddler not drinking Dr. Pepper?
You're out here with a popless kid and your
Uh-huh.
mic flags with your name on them, like it's your show or something.
Your popless kid. What's the matter with that
Yeah,
kid?
you got the #1 show according to Cleveland Scene magazine. That's pretty pretentious.
You got that's them being pretentious.
It's your show.
You got
You're part of it.
that kid looks awfully popless to me. I don't care for that one bit.
Why is she acting normal? Popless, actually.
All right, listen. I've enough of this nonsense. I've got to collect myself.
Always taking breaks at work.
You gotta have 2 an hour. Man, well, union rules. What do you want? If you want to get
You're
a text,
in a union.
Yeah, that's true. I'm sorry.
One of those classic blue-collar union working pretentious people.
Yeah, I'm just a stiff, man. 35192 if you want to text. If you want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And
live, 800-348-1007. 35192. Send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. Got the new episode of the Bill Squire Show up there for you. Got this week's Instagram hotties, the latest Poundcake podcast there for your perusal. It's a veritable cornucopia of fun times. How about that? You know, Alan, you're pretentious because you're always talking about how your sperm is better than everybody else's.
Also sperm.
I'm not always talking.
Super sperm.
I'm not. Our old voice guy was always talking about it, so he made me a thing. It wasn't always me that was talking about it.
Oh, you and your wife have been trying for a year? Interesting. One and done.
Well, and plus, you know, I drink these highfalutin drinks like Mountain Dew.
Yeah.
So.
And when Mary talks like you, it definitely drives home your pretentious attitude.
Bro, I just love teapots, bro. You just, listen, bro. You like mayonnaise, bro? Get out of here.
It's not that I like teapots.
You do.
I like my teapot. Short and stout.
all
Here is
teapots.
my handle, and here is my spout. No, I'm not versed enough in teapots. I like mine, and I've had it for a long, long time. I'm not updating my teapots. This is the one that I've had. It's made the move with me for many, many years. I've probably had this teapot for 20 years, and I don't see the point in updating it. What do I need?
You want a new one for Christmas?
Nope. What do I need? Like an ornate spout? Do I need some pithy saying on the side? Nope. I just need it to heat up my water in a non-microwave capacity.
You don't want one that's shaped like an elephant and you pour it out of its trunk?
No, I don't want that. We do have a flower pot waterer. What are those called? Watering can like that in the back, but no, nothing like that.
You don't want one that's shaped like a man and he has a prolapsed anus and you pour it out of that?
Jesus. I just a quick note. I don't want anything that has the word prolapse attached to it, right? No, I don't. I thought you were going to go the other way, like the cherub type of situation.
The fountain.
For the fountain,
I
right.
don't like to say predictable things all the time. When you grab it, you'll feel how firm it is.
Yeah, right. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You can always get us there. It is 216-986-8903.
Hey, guys. It's Albert. Alan, two things. I'm listening to your snow shoveling debacle right now. First of all, an electric blower. Grow up. What are you, an 87-year-old man? Go get a gas one, dude. It's what adults do. Second of all, I didn't know if you know this or not, but at the same place that you can get those gas blowers, they also sell extra extension cords that go out really far.
All right.
100 feet.
Son of a bitch. I get what you're doing. I get it. By the way, my gas, I do have a gas snowblower.
The monster one, the big
one.
one.
The monster. That's the one that petered out. I plugged in the electric one. I was done in 20 minutes.
Was there gas in it?
Yes, there was gas in it. Oil,
Are you
gas.
sure?
It was running, and then it was sputtering, and so whatever. You get out the electric blower. I got it done in no time flat. Toot sweet. And the next day, I'm getting dressed. I'm getting my daughter dressed. I'm getting ready to come into work. And I'm like, some smell is following me. And I can't put my finger. I go, what is this? No matter where I went, I couldn't get away from the smell. I'm smelling my shirt. I'm smelling like... It was the gas fumes on my jeans from the night before trying to get this goddamn thing going in the driveway. So no gas fumes with the electric.
Doesn't like gas fumes. Pretentious.
You don't like the smell of a working man,
Alan? I don't like the smell of any man, Mary. FYI. Hello, who's this? Hello, who's this?
Hi, how are you?
Good. What's going on, Sue?
Hey, not much. I just wanted to pipe in. Listen, I need to talk to Bill for just a second. I want him to pay attention to something.
Well, you're
bad at that. I have ADHD.
You're in luck because he's in the very same room that I am.
I know, right? Bill, remember a couple of weeks ago I gave you a hard time about that grandma thing? You were right. Well, anyways, you were right and I was wrong.
Okay, what was it about? I literally don't remember.
Sue, for the people who weren't here, give us a recap quickly.
There was a comedy show that Bill was at, and I could have sworn that the grandma was with him.
Grandma from
that
Hell.
day.
Yes.
Remember now?
Yes.
Okay, Bill, you were right. I was wrong, and I'm sorry.
It's okay. I forgive you.
Other than that, I just wanted to pipe in and say, hey.
Hey, are you surprised? I mean, I would imagine that Bill knew he was right and that you were wrong.
I know, but I felt really bad.
Oh, you just
well,
wanted.
then that's all that matters.
I was pretty much calling him a liar, but he wasn't.
Right, but he knew that he wasn't.
I know, but I was so sure that I was right.
Why?
You know?
This is the problem. People who are wrong are so consistently sure that they're right. Why?
I know, but at least I'm admitting I was wrong.
No, I appreciate that. That's anytime someone's willing to admit they were wrong, that's a good day.
Okay.
I love you, Bill.
All right, love you too.
I love all you guys.
All right, thank you, Sue.
All right, love you guys.
All right.
Sue.
Sue.
Sue. Sue.
By the way, they did say that the Queen of England is going to be one of the first people to get the coronavirus vaccine.
She's okay.
I'm sure she's going nuts right now. Quite honestly, she's in that big palace all by herself.
Well, she's
no
not
one's
all
allowed
by
to come
herself.
into her quarters.
She's not all by herself. She's
Yeah,
surrounded
but I'm
by
sure,
people.
I'm sure they have strict instructions like don't go near the Queen because she's old.
That's
and
right. Yeah.
you will,
Good.
that's it. Like I'm sure she doesn't want to be around anybody.
She will be one of the first people. I think the UK is getting them before we are. So she will be. She is 94. Prince Philip is 99. 99. And
it's weird to be a 99-year-old prince
right now.
A 99-year-old prince. Right. She's the queen. He's the prince.
Why is it Why is it when a woman marries the man, she becomes Queen of England?
I think it's the line of succession for her father had to have been the monarch, right?
Didn't they
Like
cover all this on the crown?
Her husband wouldn't be the king just because she's the queen.
Correct.
Okay, but Kate Middleton will be queen.
That's because no, I don't think so. No.
Why was Diana going to be the Queen of England then?
She was not.
She was.
No, Queen Elizabeth. I don't think there's a line of succession for the women. Like Queen Elizabeth's mother was not the queen, was she? Her father was the king.
No, her dad was.
Her dad was the king, right? So it's like the. I thought it was.
I don't think that's right.
Okay.
I think it's really sexist. I think it's because if a man marries a woman,
you think a monarchy is really sexist? Gee, what a shock!
But what I'm saying is, if the man marries a woman, and he becomes king, he could be like, okay, well, I'm just divorcing my wife, or have her beheaded or whatever, and then it's a new line. But at a certain point, women can't have kids anymore.
I think with this situation, it has to do with the family and not who's getting married into it. Like but I also don't know. And also,
they used to say Diana would be the future Queen of England.
Yeah. But it's
because
also
she married,
dependent
Charles.
on. But like if she were to marry Charles and then Queen Elizabeth has to pass away, then she would be queen. But if they got divorced, she wouldn't have the power anymore. She still has to be with Charles to have.
I
the
understand
title of
that.
Queen, yeah.
But like Philip was never going to be king. Like even if he
Because
outlived Elizabeth,
Because he married her, he's not part of the bloodline. Like her father was the king, and then she was the presumptive heir because she was his daughter.
And
so Camilla will never be queen.
No,
but there's also people that gave up their right to be king,
abdicated
queen.
their throne.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, I understand that because Harry and Meghan did that.
Well,
but
and but that's also what her uncle did. Like her father's brother abdicated the throne, so it went to her dad, and then she became
I
queen.
watched The Crown.
Huh?
I watched the TV show The Crown.
Well, then why are you the one with all the questions?
Because
you probably know more than I do.
Because they were saying on the show that Diana would be the future Queen of England because she married Charles. But it doesn't work the same way with men. A man can't marry a princess and then the princess become queen, he's not king. But with the women, they can become queen.
I don't get this at
Well,
all.
she would have. I mean, she would have become the king's wife, not the queen. Right? As weird as that sounds.
Okay.
Because
I'm
because I don't
referring
think because Prince Charles was going to be the heir to the throne, but that would require somebody in front of him to die, right?
Queen Elizabeth.
Queen Elizabeth, and she's still very much alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when she does pass away, it will be King Charles, and he's married to Camilla. So is she going to be Princess Camilla, or is she going to be Queen Camilla?
I don't know. I did like all the people at the time, though, when Diana was still alive, who called her the Princess of Wales. Not Wales. Whales.
Whales.
The giant aquatic animal. Why do they call her Princess of Wales, man? Who's the Duke of Dolphins? That's what I want to know. All right. Yeah, again, my head would explode if I tried to figure out the lines of succession on this thing.
It's just kind of cool.
I don't know.
Because I can't trace my roots back to, like, 1800s. They
well,
can go back
you can.
centuries.
You can. It will just be a much different line of succession.
Listen,
I don't know my dad's side of the family.
I can track.
I got like cousins and stuff in Pennsylvania.
I have my family genealogy back to like the 1500s, and it's just a bunch of rubes and suckers. How do you come to America on the Mayflower and not have generational wealth?
Right.
Because you're a
You gave it all away.
Yeah, because they're a bunch of dummies that kept falling for religious bullcrap.
Huh.
So they came over here in the first place. Oh, we want religious freedom. They come here, and then they become Mormons, and they go out west, and they're just stupid.
Wow.
Yeah.
Not to put too fine a point on it.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, who's this? Hello.
Hey, Alan.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you, bud?
Good.
So Poundcake is confused because the queen right now is because of the bloodline, not because of who she marries. So it happens.
I'm aware of that.
Okay. So what? I don't understand the question.
I'm not confused.
You don't
I'm talking about when the queen passes away and Prince Charles is now King Charles.
He's
what
not
will
going to
his
be
wife
king because he abdicated, I think.
No, he didn't.
I thought he did.
I thought he did because of Camilla.
Okay, so it's going to be William and then Kate Middleton. So what will Kate Middleton be?
Well, no, Charles. This says Charles is the heir apparent to the British throne.
Yes.
As the eldest son.
I'm looking at a diagram.
But he's been that his whole life. So he's literally waiting for his mother to die. And this guy is 72 because she just keeps on living. So, you
So
know.
it goes Prince Charles and then Prince William and then his baby Prince George.
Well,
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, Charles and Camilla have decided that they would not call themselves king and queen. She would be known
Well,
as
why would they?
She would be known as the queen consort as his wife.
Consort. What does that mean?
It's like a concert, but it's in England.
But the caller was in the middle of something. Go ahead.
No, I think you guys are working it out. I think you're figuring it out because I think Poundcake's complaint was why, if the queen is called the queen, why isn't her husband called the king and vice versa? And it's because of the bloodline. It has nothing to do with it.
No, I totally get the bloodline. I'm just saying once you marry into it, people were calling Princess Diana the future Queen of England.
And
because
again,
she married Charles.
I think that's where the consort thing comes in. That's just a title where you are the spouse of a monarch.
Okay, but she doesn't rule.
Exactly.
Right.
Nope.
Yes.
Okay.
I think.
I just want to know the titles. That's all I was curious about.
Okay, thank you, man. All right. Well, I think we've figured all that out. How is The Crown, by the way? Everybody keeps telling me to watch The Crown. And I keep telling everybody, hey, leave me alone about The Crown, everybody. I'm not going to watch that stupid chess movie either. Or that show or whatever.
The Queen's
I thought you wanted to
Gambit.
watch it with, because she had big boobs and wears sweaters and turtlenecks.
I thought about it. And I go, you know what? I can see that on a bunch of other shows without chess as a subplot. So I think I'm going to skip that one.
I finished The Crown and I finished the Selena series.
Oh, with that,
because you're not doing anything.
Yeah, I was like, Cody's watching a lot of TV.
With that hot chick from The Walking Dead.
I guess I don't watch The Walking Dead anymore.
But that's who played. No, but she played the girl that played Selena was on The Walking Dead, I think. Rosa,
Okay.
what's her name?
I don't know.
No.
Oh, she was
Bitty bitty bum bum.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point.
Thanks.
More pretentious stuff from Alan.
Anyway.
Still want to know who the Duke of Dolphins is. Charles has not abdicated. The Queen gave him special dispensation to marry Camilla.
Oh,
there you go.
okay. There you go.
All right.
Why didn't they do that before?
With what?
Instead of making Diana the sacrificial lamb.
What do you mean sacrificial lamb?
Like they said, you have to marry a virgin. Like she has to be perfect. And Diana went through all that pressure and all that public scrutiny when he was just going to marry Camilla anyways.
Well, he was screwing around with Camilla towards the end. That's what kind of drew the... First of all, Diana was exponentially too good looking for Prince Charles. I mean, that's not even a controversial thing.
He was
at the
good looking
time.
when he was young.
Oh, stop. He wasn't like he wasn't Diana Spencer hot.
Okay.
I mean, she was a school teacher who did some charity work,
But all
I
the
remember
wives
my
of the
ex-wife.
princes are
I remember
bad
when Prince Diana died. My ex-wife was like sobbing that day. August of '97, sobbing. As were a lot of other, I think, American women.
There's a lot of people that took that real hard. Now it's just like, huh? It had no effect on me.
Well, because they had 2 little kids. I mean, I got
Yeah,
it.
it has.
But like, she was screwing around, he was screwing around. I don't know if they're covering that.
They were divorced.
What's
When
that?
did she died in the 90s?
Yeah.
97.
Yeah, 97.
How old was she?
She was 36.
Okay, because I'm like, you look at the pictures of Prince Charles, like, that dude is old. But you picture Princess Diana, and she's so young and beautiful. I'm like, oh, she would be...
She'd be pushing
Oh,
70.
yeah.
But she was still pretty foxy.
That black dress.
Yeah. Yeah, and they televised the funeral. I mean, it was...
Yeah, it's a big deal.
I mean, I think my mom, it's probably buried somewhere, but my mom had the Charles and Diana wedding on VHS.
Like she recorded it off TV?
Yes, people
Yeah.
recorded it because they aired it in the middle of the day on American television. It was a huge, huge thing. That's another one of those things I'm going to find when we're cleaning out my parents' house.
The Diana Teletubby?
What's
oh, no,
that?
not Teletubby. Beanie Baby.
Beanie Baby. I had
That's
it.
worth like
Teletubby.
thousands of dollars.
That was the gay Teletubby. Was the Diana one? She always had that. She had that purple blazer on.
The Diana Beanie Baby, I got it. My aunt got it for me because I had hundreds of Beanie Babies, and the Diana one came in like its own like preserver box, and it was purple with like a little rose on its chest, and it was like such a collector's item. I have no idea where those Beanie Babies are now.
Boy, you want to talk
Someone
about a
stole
bunch
it.
of suckers?
What?
The
people that collected Beanie Babies. Yeah.
Well, I was a child.
I know. I'm just saying. But parents were like fighting each other off these
Yeah.
stupid things. Only guy that got rich was the guy who invented them.
One of my favorite memes that goes around every once in a while is the people that are getting divorced separating their Beanie Baby collection.
Yeah.
That is one of the funniest things, and it's a real story. Like,
except that they're worth nothing.
Right, but
so I don't
at
know
that
what they're
time
going.
when they got divorced, that people thought they were still going to have a bunch of value.
Right.
Yeah.
Is that what the craze was? Was that people thought they were going to be worth a lot of money one day?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
as a child, I just wanted toys.
But they have
You
the
know?
they have the same things for kids now. They have like things called poplins or these things where you get like this huge fold out diagram of all the different kind of twisty pets you can get, and they're like, this one's
LOL
rare, this
dolls.
one's super rare. You're like, boy, every generation they go after. The kids during the Beanie Babies now have kids now. And they're like, oh, I'll just buy all these for my kid. They'll be worth something. No, they won't.
My niece
These are
is
never worth anything.
My niece is super into the LOL dolls, and they come in like these little. You never know which one you're gonna get, And they bought a little egg for her the other day. It was like $26. It's this tiny little thing that comes with one outfit, but then, like you said, it's got the fold-out paper. It's like extra super rare,
Yeah.
and she's like, I can't believe! Like she's freaking out that she got the extra super rare one. She had gotten 2 of the other ones before.
And if you don't get it, then your kid comes to you. Then you're online looking for the super rare one.
But
And
with those ones, you don't get to, because they come in like a little egg. You don't know what you're buying when you get it. You can't go out and just buy this super rare doll.
Oh, you can't.
No.
Oh, I see.
Like at least all
It's
the
like
times
getting the
I've
golden
seen them.
ticket.
Kind of. All the times I've seen them, it's like in an enclosed package that you don't know what's inside, and that's how I mean, it's genius marketing where you just have to keep buying them until you get the one that you want, you know?
Right. I mean, kids, I get it, but like it was the grown-ups that were buying them who didn't have kids, who thought they were going to be. It's like, you know, the kind of grown-ups that like read Harry Potter books unironically, that kind of thing. You know?
Pretentious.
Yeah, whatever. I read adult books.
Divorcing couple ordered to split Beanie Baby trove in courtroom, and then it shows them like splitting them up and like contemplating their next move, like which Beanie Baby am I going to take for myself next?
Like a draft?
Yeah. Like if they're on the floor.
Oh my gosh. He's like, you can take the car if I get the first round draft of the Beanie Babies.
Right. It's
first picked.
I just remember.
Oh my gosh, divorce sucks.
I just remember before the economic crash in 2008, before the housing crisis crash, right? They were going to build this giant tower, residential condo tower on the lake in Chicago. It's called the Spire. And they had the hole dug out of the ground. This thing was ready to go. And it was going to be so expensive to live there that even on the lower floors, it was going to be the tallest building in Chicago. And it was going to be right on the lake. It would have changed the city skyline. And they were basically selling them to like foreign dignitaries because they were so expensive.
Mm-hmm.
The guy who bought the penthouse, because these were all spoken for before they even laid one brick on top of another, right? The guy who paid for the penthouse was Ty Warner, who was the founder of Beanie Babies.
Wow.
This guy had billions of dollars. The thing never got built, so obviously nobody ever, because the whole market crashed. But I mean, this guy bought day one. He goes, I want the
top floor.
Yeah, I want to be able to see Canada from my living room.
That's crazy.
Pretty wild. And he's still got a lot of money. Okay, let me break. You want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007. When we come back, I'm going to have more passes for you to check out the magic of lights, get you in the car, get you through the Cuyahoga County Fairgrounds, check it out for yourself. So we'll do that in a bit. If you want to text for anything, 35192.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. on the air again. Okay, Google, ask Alexa. Man, you can even ask Bill.
I just do it all in my head.
Oh. Tell whatever smart device you're packing to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007 to join us live. 35192. Send me a text. And you can watch, if you like, at AlanCoxShow.com. Do it right there. We've got this week's Instagram hotties for you. New episode of The Bill Squire Show and the latest Poundcake podcast. Thank you to Chuck Berkmanstein, who's helping with the video today. Or is it Berkmanstein? Stein. All right,
He
good.
does a good job.
Good. Hello, who's this?
Hey, Alan. Hey, Bill.
Oh,
hey,
boy.
Mary. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
How are you, Dick?
Oh, I'm okay. How are you?
I'm hanging in, man. How's life?
Well, I got some little bad news to tell you about my health.
What?
Oh, testicular cancer.
Yeah, this is not a good thing, but I'm going to be okay. I've missed work for a week. Somebody come in there and gave us gave a virus, and I tested for it, but I'm okay though.
You got the Rona, don't you?
A little bit, yeah.
You got a little bit of the
touch of the
coronavirus.
Rona, yeah.
Touch. Yeah.
Taste buds. It was mostly the taste buds, but I'm okay otherwise though.
So
I have to
somebody,
stay off another week.
just so I'm clear, so somebody came in to where you're working, and this was a customer or a coworker?
It was a coworker last Saturday when I worked, and she was up front and she was coughing a lot, and they had to send her home. And there's been about, I just got a call from work. I get quarantine pay, but I'm doing fine though. I'm just staying home, and
But did you? But they're just.
But I want to congratulate the Cleveland Browns for what a great year.
They just told.
They are doing fantastic, aren't they?
They told people to stay home, Dick, or have you gotten a test?
Well, they when I left the other day, Carla put 6 people in quarantine. They're not even running the show because everything over by the mall is shut down completely, and people are catching this virus. They don't know how.
Yeah, they do know how, Dick. That's the problem. They know exactly how people are catching it. Okay, so but you didn't test positive. You're just staying home because you had contact with.
I did test positive.
Oh, you did.
The only
Okay.
symptoms I had was it was called loss of appetite was not too bad, but I can go back in about a week.
So you
they'll cover me on quarantine. So.
You got the symptom where you lose your sense of taste?
Just the sense of taste is all. Yeah.
Okay.
Can you smell?
But I'm doing good otherwise.
Well, that's good. I'm glad.
I'm telling you, this is a true one, man. I think all the way they're going to go all the way, Alan, Bill, and.
Oh, you're talking about the Browns now. I thought he's switching back and forth, switching gears between COVID and the Browns.
Symptom of COVID? Maybe not
Lack
being the
of
best.
focus?
Yeah, not listening great.
Uh-huh.
But I think they could make the playoffs.
Well, that's what Steve Kornacki says.
That's right. That's right.
I mean, they're quite. Who are they going to play next weekend?
They've got Sunday. I think it's Monday night. They play the Ravens, and they said that it won't be many people there because they can't. They got to leave the stadium at 10 o'clock.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, Monday Night Football is the Browns and the Ravens, right? So they could go. Right. They could be 10-3.
I take the Browns to win that game.
You do. Who do you take in the Browns Giants game?
My guess is
the Browns Giants game.
Yeah, that's going to be the week after that. Okay. How about Browns Jets? Can you imagine if the Browns gave the Jets their first win of the season?
It would be the most Browns way to do things.
Yeah.
They waited until after Christmas. Okay.
When was the last time the Browns were 9-3?
1994.
1994.
Yeah.
Yep. But I thought I'd check in to tell you I'm doing okay.
Well, good. I'm sorry to hear that you're positive, but I'm glad to hear that you're doing okay, Dick.
Oh yeah, I am. But think about you guys all the time. I'm just resting here. I'll be back to work. I'll get back to normal.
Okay, good. Thank you, Dick. All right, pal.
Everybody have Dick tonight.
He's like, boy, this is a true one. And I thought he was going to school us on the coronavirus.
Nah.
To which we would reply, yes, everyone knows it's a... But no, he's talking about the Browns.
Yes.
It was hard to kind of get a rhythm there. He and I don't have the kind of rapport that he has with Geraldo.
No.
So, you know...
You just don't see eye to eye on some things. That's all. You know?
I think that's true. We probably don't see eye to eye, but we set those things aside so that we can have nice conversations.
I like that he just calls it the virus.
He said a virus.
A virus.
He was like, they came in and gave us a virus. So I was like, which, what?
Gave us a virus.
Which virus?
We know which one it is.
I like how people are so dodgy about it. You know, like, what?
It's causing problems in my family.
Is it?
Yeah.
Why? People have it or fighting over it?
Because my parents are they're not taking it that serious, and it's making my sister crazy.
At this point, how do you not take it seriously?
Because
they're still like, oh, the survival rate's so high.
I don't know.
Interesting.
Bye. Have a great Friday, you motherfucker.
That was Bill's mom on the After Hours line on Friday.
Wow.
Man, I've met, she's lovely, but boy, did she get a potty mouth on her on Friday.
Instead of a keyboard warrior
I would
when
love
she
that.
gets on a voicemail, man.
There's something about me that makes people just leave crazy voicemails, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, that's true. So you're going, you're not going back and forth with your parents.
No,
Your
I
sister
hardly
is.
talk to him at all.
Yeah.
But my sister, she works for my dad.
Right.
And
she can't avoid it.
She can't avoid it. And they're she's been mostly working from home, but every once in a while she'll have to go into their office and do stuff. But she's just really like fed up with it. And I don't even know if I should be airing all this, but it makes me crazy too, because and it's one of the reasons I'm so passionate about believing in science.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have parents that don't, and they just go, "Oh, it's whatever."
Are they chalking it up to the God thing? Like God won't, whatever's in His plan, I won't get
honestly,
sick. Or
I don't even know. Because I really haven't talked to them. I just know that they have plans to travel, and they don't have plans really to quarantine or really take any. They'll wear the masks when they're traveling when they have to, but they're going. They're just not taking it serious.
Well, listen, I mean,
and that
I think that
hurts my sister because she has to interact with them, and also she knows how they interact with other people, and that it could be even if they're not sick, they could be asymptomatic. They could get her sick. They could get her kid sick.
I think that's the trend that's happening, though. Go ahead.
When she has to take documents or anything, she have one of the big long grabbers from your dad.
Those old people grabbers to get
Yeah.
stuff off the top
Old
shelf.
people, I got one in my basement. I just bought one. We dropped something behind the couch. I go, and I have so many tools I've accumulated.
Where's my
I
grabber?
go, I don't have a tool for this. I went out and bought a grabber.
That's great.
Yeah, now I can grab. It's so easy to grab with the grabber.
You and Charlie should start doing woodworking podcast together.
Oh God, Charlie's doing these live things. It's so funny. He's like,
Oh, it's so funny.
What's up, guys?
What's up, guys?
And then he pans to his girlfriend. She's like, "What
When
are
they
you
were,
doing?"
I replied to his story yesterday when they were in the store, and he was like, "Just load it up." Okay, nope, just go ahead, grab it, just load it up.
Yeah,
And
as soon as
she's
she
like-
gets everything in the car, then we can go. But she's going pretty slow.
Yeah.
I think what it is with the whole COVID thing is that like the more people that are testing positive and recovering, I think it's making people less scared. So like if your parents are seeing that, and then they're like, "Oh well, screw it, it doesn't
Less
matter."
scared.
If people
I feel
are
like
testing,
the walls are closing in, man.
Well, people are testing positive and recovering and not having any symptoms.
Or having very light symptoms or anything like
People
that.
are like, "Oh, I tested positive. I have no symptoms. I'm fine."
So people
that,
who are thinking of themselves.
so people are like, "Oh, well, if all these people are testing positive, even if I get it, it won't be bad." Not realizing.
It's just, I don't know if people think that their immune system is strong. Like, I don't know what they're thinking as far as like what diseases they have, or are they ignorant to how healthy they are?
I mean,
That's the thing I'm worried about.
the only people that I feel have taken it seriously from the beginning are people who were already sick.
Yeah.
With something like I've got it, like Poundcake. I mean, not that he wouldn't have taken it seriously otherwise, but somebody like Poundcake who's like, I have an autoimmune thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the joke of my family.
I can't be running.
I'm
Why?
the joke.
You're the joke.
Everyone else
do the
is
same thing. Yeah.
My entire family is on the front lines, and they're like, we see it every day. We know how bad it is, and they're like mainly. How can I put this? Everyone's going to be exposed to it. So you might as well get over your fears. And I'm
Dude,
like,
See, as
scared
I
of
don't,
everything.
I guess I'm more confused by healthcare people who think that way.
I had a girlfriend that I saw this weekend, and she basically said the same thing. She works at a hospital. She double masked, all that stuff, and she came in contact with a patient, tested positive, and she was like, it doesn't. She was basically like, it doesn't do anything. I don't understand why we're doing all this stuff. And
Because it's patently false that it doesn't do anything. Just because it doesn't do everything
Right.
doesn't mean that it doesn't do anything.
Right.
I mean, you can look at these counties. There have been a couple of states. I think Kansas did it. I think Tennessee did it. You can look at these states where they put in mandates and counties where they didn't. And it's night and day. It's literally night and day, right?
Yeah.
You don't have 0 infections in a place where there's masks, but there's exponentially less.
Mm-hmm.
So,
But then you have
again,
people that aren't following it where there is a mandate, but they're like, oh, I'm not going to do it. And it's weird because just going around in Cuyahoga County, you can see some places like in Lakewood, everybody's wearing a mask when they're inside. Like
Mhm.
you see that like I haven't been in a store in Lakewood where someone's not been wearing a mask for months. But then you go a little bit further south and you got a lot more people not wearing masks.
I thought I was going to see
just like Strongsville.
I thought I was going to see something go down because I went in to get I went into a pet store because I needed to get some. Huh?
Do you film it?
Nah, I don't. But I thought I was going to see something go down because I was in there, and we were just getting some food for our dog, and my daughter wants to look at the fish, so we go over like the big wall of tanks. There's practically nobody in there, but there's this big dude and his big wife, and the girl working there, just teenage girl, and we're probably about 50 feet away. She goes, "Sir, do you have a mask?" He goes, "Nope." And she goes, "Okay, well, I'll go get you one." And she walks away. The wife, by the way, mask under her nose.
Mm-hmm.
That whole thing, right? I don't know who they think they're impressing. They're like, I've got one on, whatever. So, but the girl walks away to get the guy a mask, and he pulls one out of his coat. So I don't know if he was like trying to make a point to see if she would do anything. But at this point, yeah, the store's going to do something.
Mm-hmm. They have to.
They're not screwing around anymore with like, well, we're not going to make you, they're not wrestling
I'm
people
just
to the
scared
ground.
to death because Lorain County is in purple. Like my mom's county is completely purple. Like the worst it could possibly be. Hospitals are at capacity. They're putting up tents outside the hospital. It's just
They're ordering like refrigerated trucks to come up here because they're getting ready for more people to die.
a New York City.
Yeah.
So it's not that your mom doesn't think it's a big deal, but she thinks, well, sooner or later, everybody's going to get it.
No, she thinks it's a big deal, but she doesn't want me to worry about it. Like she's like, there's no point in worrying about it because it's here. It's not going anywhere, and it's not going to go anywhere for a very long time.
Right, but you can still take precautions to mitigate. I mean, she
She's not
understands.
saying don't take precautions. She said just
So
don't let it consume your life. Because I wake up, I'm like, am I going to get COVID today?
Oh,
my
well,
gosh,
listen,
I got a cough.
I would tell anyone to not do that, but that doesn't make you the joke of your family.
I think you need to double it up, Poundcake. I think you are not freaking out enough. I need you to take your freakouts where you wake up and just do twice as much freaking out.
Well, I was.
I don't think it should consume anyone's life, but be smart about it.
It has consumed all of my life.
Why? You're sitting at home.
That's the
I should be worried. I should be worried, not you.
To Cody's point, though, I do get what he's saying, where it's like every little symptom you have, even if it's not anything big, you
I call it out for
automatically
everything.
think that it's coronavirus. Like over
Yep.
the weekend, I have a history of anxiety. I've talked about this before. I've been on and off of anxiety medication. My anxiety was through the roof over like the past week. And something like a physical symptom of anxiety is chest pain. And I was sitting there and I was like, this is it.
Because you
got
had
it.
your show coming up.
Yes,
probably, yeah.
and it's like almost in your brain where you're like, okay, I know this is caused from anxiety, but what if it isn't? You know what I mean? Or if somebody has a cold and they're like, okay, I have this cough and I have this, so what is it? You know, I can understand
You're
how
exactly
people
right.
how people can conflate it or just be overly nervous about it, even if it
And
is
my mom
something.
knows me because I haven't seen her or been around family or anything like that. I'm missing all the family gatherings. And she's like, I don't want you to stress about this. She's like, it's in the world. Stuff happens. If you get it, we'll deal with it. Hopefully everything will be okay.
I mean,
She's like, there's
that's
not much you can do
that's
other
one-
than
that's-
what you can do.
That's one perspective. I mean, she's not hectoring people who are wearing masks. That's the other thing. Is like people who give people with masks a hard time. I'm like, look, man, if you are doing your thing, whatever. But And these are the same conversations that have been had now for almost a year.
Mm-hmm.
So, whatever. I mean, if people are dug in, they're dug in.
Yeah, I think that
But it always does surprise me when people in the medical profession go,
I feel like, and maybe it's just the people that I'm coming in contact with. The longer this goes on, and maybe it could just be. I mean, they're human too. They could just feel defeated, where they're looking at just case after case, and they're like, "What? Clearly, it's not working. So whatever. Everybody's gonna get it." They might just be down in their dumps, where like, well, we can't get through to people. So
they're like, "What am I busting my ass for?" When there's people walking around,
when they're like, "Screw it." At this point,
Yeah. Hello.
And also, I mean,
hold on. Who's this?
Hello. My name is Ethan.
Hi, Ethan.
Hey, I was just calling. I work in the healthcare field. My department's responsible for cleaning the rooms that those patients are in. I just wanted to say, keep a positive message out there. The masks that they wear in the hospitals, they're really safe. I actually had a scare where I thought I had it, and turned out to be just a cold, and came back negative. So there is some safety around it.
Have you seen them? You're hearing a lot more about people where they put them in the prone position when they're on the ventilator. They put them on their stomach rather than on their back to
them over.
Right, but the sad thing is, like, there's some people. They're like, I was hearing a doctor talk about it. He's like, they're just so big, we can't flip them over.
That's my dad.
Like, we have 7 people, and so that treatment would physically not be available to them because we couldn't get them over.
There's certain things my dad had to have done earlier in the year, like shots and things like that, where procedures for his back, he's had back problems, where you have to lay on your stomach to get a procedure done on your back.
Yeah.
And he couldn't do it. He's like, I can't breathe.
Couldn't breathe.
I cannot breathe if I lay on my stomach. And the doctor's like, I only need you there for a half hour.
They couldn't do it on his side?
Like, now he could, since he's lost like 30 pounds. But earlier in the year, he couldn't do it because he's like, I physically have to lay on my back.
Wow.
Like, I can't. So I totally understand that.
Okay.
For you, though.
What's that?
Before we go to break, I just have a question.
Yeah.
What group of people do you think will be worse? The anti-maskers or the anti-vaxxers?
I think
the same people.
Same people, yeah.
Yeah, same group.
So
that Venn diagram's a circle.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. Okay, listen, here's something positive. Bill just went to Magical Lights, right?
Yeah.
And you had a great time.
It was wonderful. It was magical.
Oh, I've got a carload pass for you. I'll give to you here. Magical Lights presented by HBO Max at the Cuyahoga County Fairgrounds. It is through January 2nd. You can go to magicallights.com if you want details. Promo code CFK2020. And that'll add a $5. Magical Lights will throw in a $5 donation to Coats for Kids, which is always a worthwhile charity, too. So, carload pass for you. Caller 10 now for the Magical Lights, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
You all right? Congrats to James Files, by the way, out in Parma. I got those Magical Lights passes. We'll do some more all this week. We have 8 live shows remaining in 2020. We have 5 this week, and then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week, and then we will be gone until the 4th of January. If you listen to the show on iHeartRadio, and you do it from out of state, tell me where, or if you're in the far-flung corners of Ohio. Amanda's in Zanesville, Connor's in Holland, Austin's in Worthington outside Columbus. Kelly listens in Milwaukee. Matthew is in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Michael is a bureau chief in Dubuque, Iowa. Joe is in San Jose, ironically. Colleen is brand new in Kalamazoo, Michigan. And Patty is our bureau chief in Fort Lauderdale, which I just saw is the least safe city in the United States.
Woohoo! Congratulations to them.
Fort Lauderdale, Florida. They used across 3 dimensions of living: home and community safety, natural disaster risk, and financial safety. Each one of those was evaluated like on a big bold point scale, and they used average COVID-19 cases in there as well. Hurricane, weather risk anywhere in Florida is going to be rough. They also use metrics: number of mass shootings, murders per capita, rapes per capita.
Depends on which per capita you're talking about.
There are so many kinds of per capita.
And when you say per capita, there's many per capitas. It's like per capita relative to what? But you can look at just about any category, and we're really at the top, meaning positive on a per capita basis.
Yeah. So, thefts per capita.
Well, who's doing the raping?
Sex offenders per capita. Fort Lauderdale determined they ranked dead last in all of these to make it the least safe city in the United States. As you might suspect, Fort Lauderdale Mayor Dean Trantralis does not agree with the survey. He thinks that it's a bunch of malarkey.
Ooh,
to quote the president-elect. Right. For financial safety, Miami came in last place. The safest city in Florida is Cape Coral, which didn't rank that high, but in Florida, it ranked the highest. So basically, no matter where you are in Florida, you're hanging on by your fingernails. But Patty is our bureau chief there, and I hope that she remains safe, no matter what she's doing out there. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You can always drop us a message there. Even during the show, you can do it. It's 216-986-8903.
Yo, what up, guys? Just wanted to call in and give Mary a big congratulations. Her shared a little thing over the weekend. She did well at. Great job. Bill, I'm not sure if you know this, but I've been following you since day one, and I am super proud of your accomplishments, just grinding it out night after night in that Papa Shot journey. I mean, I know it's difficult. You had some stumbling blocks here this year, but you really pulled through, and I'm just so proud of you. Big shout out to Baker Mayfield. Picked that homie off with waiver wires. Had me a big win this weekend. All right, guys, be safe.
All right, there you go. There's
That was
Joe
a good
in
pickup.
Philly. What happened? Waiver wires. I used to use those to floss, I think.
Well, Baker Mayfield threw 4 touchdowns and 334 yards and got a big win. So that was good. And thanks for the support on the Papa Shot. Next goal
good for you.
is 232.
Oh!
I got over 200. I'm at 203 now.
Now,
That's a
how do
big
you
jump.
How do you set your next goalpost?
Well, 200 was just the one, like it was 100, and that one I knocked out like first day, and then it was like 125, and just kind of like going, and then I was just trying to top my own high score, and then I was like, you know what, by the end of the year, I'm going to get 200. Got that.
You know what the world record is?
Well, I talk with the people on Instagram a lot that own Papa Shot. Like I go back and forth with whoever runs their social media, and they said 232 is the Papa Shot record for the standard version that I'm playing. So that's my next goal, is to try and get to 232. If I'm going to have to change up my method, I have to switch to a bank shot, I think, to get that kind of speed.
But you're within striking distance of a potential world record, I feel.
Yeah.
I feel like the better you get at this, I feel like you're burying the lead here. Because you're trying to show some humility, even in the Papa Shot world. But we could be here with the new Guinness Book of World Record Papa Shot record holder.
We will see. I mean, we could be, but I could never get there.
Question, though.
Yeah.
Obviously, Guinness has to come out and watch you do it.
Yeah.
What if you just
What
ate
if I
it?
choke?
What if you
Yeah,
choke
no, that's
so
it.
hard? Like, you're getting consistent, like, you're always in those 230s, and they come out and you get, like, 190, and they're like, this guy calls us out here.
Wow, way to support him, Mary.
I'm sure you can record it.
Weird.
Oh, weird.
No, I don't think
Do I have to cry now?
You have to cry and yell at me.
No, I don't want to.
For those things, I don't think you can record that because you can, like,
You can
toy with
manipulate
it.
the video.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just want to get the 232, and that's the next goal. So I'll work at it and try and get that. But it's going to be hard because getting 200 was really, really hard. And I missed one shot. The video's on my Instagram at Bill Squire if you want to see it. And if you like, there's one that I missed, and then so like I could have had 205, but I was still going so goddamn fast. And I'm like, I don't know how I'm going to go faster, but you just got to keep conditioning your muscles to go faster and faster.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. It's exciting, though.
Yeah, it's fun. And it gives me something to do.
When we did those couple shows back in March at your
Yeah.
place, I think I got like 17.
Well, I did
we
like-
tried to play it.
I did a little like EP that I just put out so I could have, new stuff on the streaming services back in April. And I called it So Many Points because of a bit that I have. And I'm like, ooh, for the cover photo, I'll use this selfie of me pointing at my Papa Shot where it's like so many points. And it's like 140, something like embarrassingly low where I'm like, oh, that's not even impressive anymore. That's like a bad round for me.
Yeah, you've outdone yourself.
Yeah.
It'd be like if you went back and watched your first couple stand-up shows.
Right.
Like, oh, no.
Stop,
I'm never going to get
quit.
to be the Guinness World Record comedy joke holder. That's never going to be a thing for me. What started Forrest Gump walking in the movie? I know it was 26 years
Running.
ago.
Running?
What started him doing that?
It felt like running, I think.
I
right?
kept running, right?
And when I stopped, was that it?
I think it was when his mom died. He was kind of lost, and then he's just like, so one day I just started running.
When I got hungry, I ate.
Mm-hmm.
When I got tired, I
I
slept.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was another funny bit that they're doing. Heidi Gardner did as the like teen YouTube movie critic.
Right.
And just like I watched all these old movies and like Forrest Gump, like you can't do that. You can't do the voice. They like did the whole voice.
Tom Hanks has overcome a lot. They're like,
Yeah.
no, he was playing a guy. You can't do that anymore, Bubba. And I just like that that Sally Field is only 10 years older than Tom Hanks.
Yeah.
And she was his mom in that movie. The reason I ask is because a guy in Italy had an argument with his wife and said he was going to cool off. And he ended up walking 450 kilometers to the seaside from the center of the country.
All right, what's that in America?
I don't know. There's no way to know.
This is what that song's based off of.
I would walk 450 kilometers. 450 kilometers is 279 miles.
That's a lot of walking.
Yeah, so this guy went out for a walk.
Is that like Detroit? Here to Detroit?
That's further than Columbus.
Yeah, I feel like that's when you're not planning on going back to your wife. The northern Italian city of Como, of course, named after the great singer Perry. A guy went arguing with his wife and then went for a walk and just kept walking. And they found him, except he now has a couple of fines that he has to pay because they found him wandering aimlessly on the seaside at 2 a.m. So now he has a fine that he's got to pay for breaking COVID curfew in this town. Guy's 48 years old. Broke the nightly COVID curfew.
Poor guy.
And he ran up a hotel bill. When he finally got to the end, his wife's like, stay where you are. I'm going to come in and get you.
279, you said?
279 miles.
That's crazy.
They said he was lucid and focused despite being cold and tired. He told police that he didn't realize he had covered so much ground on his week-long adventure and that he received food from people he met on the way. So very Forrest Gumpy. The wife had filed a missing persons report. And when the cops grabbed him, they took him to a hotel, and his wife set out to get him, but she had to pay the hotel bill and the COVID curfew fine.
Kalamazoo is 260 miles from here.
There you go.
Could you
Yeah,
imagine?
you could run to see your kids.
Yeah.
You could walk.
Walk a week to see my children. My son's going to be 20 tomorrow.
Oh, goodness.
It's pretty wild. Pretty wild.
Feeling weird about it?
No, I think it's, it seems stranger to have him be 2 years into doing most things for himself.
Yeah.
Because it's you do less and less of the checking in to see if they need anything, because A, he's at college, B, he's an adult now.
Does he have a job?
He does.
Yeah.
Yeah. Campus job.
Yeah, still though.
He's got to hit people up, alumni, for money.
Oh, there you go.
I'm like, boy, I'll tell you what.
Grifter.
I said, no campus job will prepare you for life better than hitting up alumni for money. Because you're just constantly met with rejection.
Mm-hmm.
I gave you $100,000.
Oh my God.
John Mulaney's best bit.
Yeah. So
I don't understand the point of that anyways. Because if you're still paying on loans, why would I give you a donation?
Well, because the line is, a lot of times they're not calling. I mean, obviously they're calling people who haven't been an alumnus for 30 years, but they're also calling the higher end of that alum pool too. People who have paid off their loans. Not everybody has loans. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, the week I graduated college, I started getting calls from the alumni. I'm like, guys, first of all, I didn't study anything in my line of work, or what's quickly becoming my line of work. So I don't feel any compulsion whatsoever
to be an
to give you guys any money.
To be an alumni, do you have to have graduated or just attended school there?
I think you have to have attended school there.
I think you have to have graduated.
Really?
To be alumni.
Because they didn't call me.
Yeah.
So
they haven't called me, though.
I'm just wondering if...
Well, if you're an alumnus...
I'd laugh.
It says you've a former student who has either attended or graduated.
Okay. Oh, so you could have just taken one class.
You're an alum, yeah.
Bill's alumni of University of Akron.
Alumnus.
University of Akron and BYU. Because my parents sent me to a scared straight program there.
There you go.
After I graduated, before I graduated high school. I was supposed to have graduated
Now,
high
how long
school,
did it take you to pay off your scared straight loans?
I don't know. I didn't pay for any of it.
All right. Lexington, Kentucky is 280 miles from Cleveland. So it'd be like walking to Lexington.
That's crazy.
Knocking on the door of one of our bureau chiefs. Hey, I'm here. Can I sleep on the couch?
You just go to one of the breweries.
I'm tired.
Distillery.
Forrest Gump started running after Jenny left his house in the middle of the night.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay.
Okay.
Was he looking for her?
She went off to get the AIDS, right?
He jumped off the boat to go see his mom when she was sick. That's what that was. Okay.
So Poundcake, Columbus is barely 140 miles from here.
I said that's further than Columbus.
Yeah.
That's like saying that's further than Akron.
This guy walked a long way.
I know Columbus is at least 100 miles away.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that. I've been to Columbus. I count on one hand the times I've been to Columbus. And I certainly did not count the mileage.
You didn't walk there, huh?
Didn't walk there.
Pretentious.
You've been to Columbus a couple of times.
Me?
Yeah, because you've gone to...
Yeah, I said I could count on one hand the times I've been to Columbus, yeah.
But speaking on student
I
loans...
have 6 fingers, Bill, on one hand, all right?
You're polydactyl.
Yep. Thank you.
Like a cat.
Like a dinosaur? Oh. Say again, Cody.
Speaking of student loans, Biden is considering forgiving $50,000 of federal loans.
Do it.
Ellen
is pissed.
No, I'm absolutely not. Everybody, but the people who really want change are not happy with that either.
Yeah.
Because they're like, look, 50 grand is great, better than nothing.
I was okay with 10. I didn't care. Any relief is fine.
50 grand might wipe me out. I mean, I've been paying for 8 years now.
I don't have 30,000. I'll be debt free.
I'm probably pretty close to 50. I haven't checked in a minute.
Listen, anything that will improve the lives of people who have any kind of debt hanging over their head, I think is a good thing. I'm not mad because I paid mine off.
I can't imagine
It's not your fault if you get your loans forgiven.
Is that the only bill you have, Cody? Like the only debt you have is your student loans?
My only debt, yes,
Phone bill.
not my only bill.
Well, yeah, I'm saying you don't
That's
have
not a debt.
like credit cards and medical bills and things like that.
I did have one credit card, but I paid it off and then I cut it because I didn't want to have it anymore.
So you don't have any credit cards?
No, I didn't like the feeling of it because my interest was crazy high.
28%.
And I bought like one thing.
28%.
Do you know that the average like store credit card, if you get one at a mall, is 24%?
Oh yeah, I know. That's why you shouldn't get them at a store. But I mean, I thought like 19.25 was as high as they went.
But you get 25% off your next purchase.
Yeah, not today, not applied today, but your next purchase, and you don't get the 15% off
I didn't
if you
like
get
that
rejected. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just saying I was responsible. And I paid like all my bills and stuff on time, and I was like, this is overwhelming, and I didn't like the power of it because everyone I talk to, they're like, if you want to be financially stable, use more credit and pay on it, and I'm like, I don't like that.
But there is a system to that helps with your credit.
So
I buy one thing of clothes, and then it's like it costs 3 times more.
But not if you pay it on time.
Not if you pay it on time. You pay it all off.
Most credit cards are 30 days, same as cash. So
don't
if you
max it out the first time you spend
by
it,
interest rate.
Yeah, by a little bit.
You know that you only have to pay interest on it if you don't pay it in the first 30 days. It's not
I
every.
didn't wait that long. I was being responsible.
So every purchase you make doesn't accumulate interest. It will cost you whatever it costed.
It was almost like
you've been accosted on campus.
It'll cost you what it costed it.
You've been accosted by your debt. It's holding you down
really care about credit.
and drooling in your face.
Well, I've been on Credit Karma for probably a year or two, like consistently checking it and trying to figure out how to, they give you little tips on what to do. And now I'm at the point where I only have like my student loans on there, I have one medical bill left that's actually on my credit card report.
Oh, I have medical bills.
And then they're like, next step, they're like, you got to open a credit card. Like you haven't had a line of credit other than like my car payment and my internet, I guess, did a credit check too. But they were like, the next step, if you really want to boost your thing, is to get a credit card, pay it off, and be responsible with it. So I guess they need to see you being responsible.
Yeah, like the whole system is the table is tilted not in your favor because they're like, it hits your credit if you don't have enough credit card. It hits your credit if you have too much. If your credit card utilization rate is too high or whatever. All this kind of stuff. I was reading an article this morning with this guy Bill Ackman, who is one of these hedge fund billionaire dudes. But he's also says he's in favor of trying something called birthright equity, which he says that the government would give every American a stock investment when they're born that just has to sit. Now, he's a hedge fund guy, so obviously it's more people in the pool. I'm sure that'd make him happy. But he's like, if you gave people a little bit of money or you invested them in like index funds and then you couldn't withdraw anything until you were retired, you would have money compounded until you were 65. So if you invested people when they were born, like with your birth certificate, here's your index fund sheet or whatever, and they're like, when people turn 65, they'd have $1 million. So
this is for like parents? You have a baby,
no,
put
it's
$2,000 in there.
I mean, some people do that for their kids, but he's talking about something that would ease economic inequality. If every person born was invested in this thing, then you couldn't take it out until you were retired. Now, obviously, not everybody lives to 65, so they have to figure that out,
Well, then that just gets put back into the pool, right?
Yeah, all right. Oh, well, he didn't make it. Yeah, I don't know. So that's everybody's throwing solutions around as to how they can make things a bit more equitable, as it were. But no, I'm not angry with anybody who, and I have a hard time dealing with people who get pissed off because they paid off their loans and somebody else's might be forgiven. Like, that's a good thing. If it happened to you, you'd be jumping for joy. You wouldn't go, no, it's okay, I'll pay it.
I earned it.
I paid it. And people who don't have jobs in their diploma is just a piece of paper.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a break. If you want to join us, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007, 35192 on a text, and you can listen anywhere on the aforementioned iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeart.
predated me a little bit, the whole Dylan thing. But I know people who worship Bob Dylan, and there's no argument that he is a titan of music. But he has sold his songwriting catalog. You know, they'll tell young artists, make sure that you own your publishing, because that is the best business decision you can make if you get to that point, is to own your publishing. So you get the money from when your music is used, not your label or whatever.
It's easier said than done, though.
What's that?
You can't just ask your label for publishing. They're not going to give that away all
Well,
willy-nilly.
if it depends. I mean, if you get to the point where you've got a lot of leverage, I don't know how likely that is anymore, the way that the music business runs now. But I mean, you know, Bob Dylan signed his first contract in 1962, and it was on a napkin or something, you know. But 58 years later, and more than 600 songs. And he also won a Nobel Prize.
Almost 12
in
of
there
them listenable.
Almost.
Well, but still, when I go through them, you know, like Blowing in the Wind, and I know the big ones, like Subterranean Homesick Blues,
That's
and
kinda how I am
Times
with
They
him.
Are A-Changin', all, you know.
Times They Are A-Changin' is a good song. That's a great song.
I think that's the only one I know.
The Universal...
You don't know this one?
No.
This is arguably his most known song, Like a Rolling Stone. How does it feel to be on your road? No, I'm just doing what he's already doing.
Actually, when you do it, now I get it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But he was, I think he's the last living Wilbury, too. The Traveling Wilburys were Roy Orbison. Oh, Jeff Lynne is still alive. So the Traveling Wilburys were Tom Petty, dead. Bob Dylan, alive. Jeff Lynne, alive. George Harrison, dead. And Roy Orbison, dead. So there are only two of the Wilburys still around. But Bob Dylan, and I have to wonder if this is part of the whole COVID thing, because these people aren't touring and they figure it's time to cash out. Stevie Nicks did this last week, and Bob Dylan said, hold my beer. Stevie Nicks sold her publishing for $100 million.
Well, when you're...
Because she's like, I'm not going out again. I don't have to tour with this.
No.
I'm done.
And they're set for life. They can set up all their family and their kids.
Well, I assume they already were. Again, I don't know enough about Bob Dylan to know like how, you know, these songs are used in movies and things, and obviously that's going to generate you a lot of income. But he has sold his whole catalog to Universal Music, and they said it is the biggest acquisition ever of a single act's publishing rights. And they don't know how much it's for, but they think it's in the neighborhood of $300 million.
That's so much money.
So Bob Dylan is an extraordinarily wealthy man now. Stevie Nicks sold hers to a company called Primary Wave Music for $100 million.
Didn't Michael Jackson buy the Beatles?
He did.
Yeah.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
And then they sold that eventually, right?
Yeah,
They
I
had
think
to?
part of the Michael Jackson estate, that was probably the most lucrative part of it. And that would be weird. And if you see, if you ever see Paul McCartney in interviews, it would be weird to like not own your publishing anymore. I mean, you sold it, obviously, so you cashed in. But a guy like Paul McCartney can still tour and you know, whatever.
People are at Michael Jackson's place buying stuff off. I picture it like an estate sale, and like the Beatles are the big ticket item. But then they're like, yeah, what about the Ferris wheel though? No bids on the Ferris wheel? That's what.
What if we'll put the monkeys with the Ferris wheel?
It's a package deal
Yeah,
and a popcorn machine. What do we think? Still Beatles, huh?
There are
Okay.
still a number
American
of...
Picker style, like you got to bundle them together. That way you can get a better price
Yeah.
overall. Yeah. So we'll throw in the Beatles publishing rights and the Ferris wheel and that box of used condoms.
Yeah.
Why did he have those? He's a weird guy.
Like he was using condoms.
I didn't say they were his.
Oh, yeah.
I just said they were used.
Just used.
He just collected used condoms for whatever reason.
There's a British company that has been doing that. They've been bundling acts. Hypnosis Songs Fund said that they have spent about $670 million this year alone buying the rights to songs by Blondie, Rick James, Barry Manilow, Chrissie Hynde, and many others. But Bob Dylan, somewhere in the neighborhood of $300 million is what his entire catalog went for. So, again, you wait until you're his age, which is something high, and then you cash out.
You think that's hard to do? Like a hard decision to come to when you're that
I was
old?
going to say to understand Bob Dylan, yeah.
No, but to be like, you know, this is my life's work. Is it worth a certain amount of money? Like he held out, you know what I mean? It just seems like
Yeah, I think so because his music, he's been aggressive for a long time. For a guy of his stature, he's been pretty aggressive about marketing the music. So you've heard it in movies and you've heard it in commercials, and
He's 79.
Yeah, it's not like this guy was averse to his music being used for commercial endeavors. But he will no longer have veto power over how the songs are going to be used. That's why when Prince died and his family had to figure out his estate, you started to hear Prince songs in every goddamn thing. Credit card commercials.
I didn't even think about that.
Because the family's like, we got to get, the man's dead. Because, fans would be like.
He had integrity, not us.
Well, of course. He was
It's a
Prince.
rainbow.
They're not Prince. They're Prince's cousin or what, They're like, he wouldn't have wanted his music used for this. They're like, cool. Anyway, we've got mortgages and he's not here anymore. And it's what Jehovah would have wanted.
Well, yeah, because for a long time, none of his stuff was on any streaming service. And it didn't happen until after he passed away.
Yeah.
There are some big name artists that
Twitter jokes were all over the place. Pay, lady, pay. Tangled up in Blue Cross Blue Shield. Whatever. I mean, he's an old man. What, Cody?
There are a certain number of huge artists that have not owned their masters yet. Like Mariah Carey. That catalog has to be worth a good $100 million.
Probably more.
And she doesn't own it.
Yeah, that's the thing too. Is it's kind of like there have been artists who will accumulate enough money or investors or whatever where they buy their rights, but it costs a lot of money.
Jacob Dylan, Bob Dylan's son, just sold his whole catalog.
Here we go.
You got a McRib.
Hey, you know what?
Did you get one?
No. Oh. Wallflowers.
I want to buy the Chet Hanks catalog.
People forget. They gave him a hard time at the time. I remember playing the Wallflowers when they were brand new, 25 years ago. Actually. And they were like, oh, it's Jacob Dylan, or it's Bob Dylan's kid. The Wallflowers were good.
Is that one headlight?
Yeah.
One headlight, three Marlenas. Yeah.
A cover of Heroes.
Yep.
For the Godzilla soundtrack.
They did a song called The Difference. Yeah, I mean, it was always technically his solo band.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they were good. He's still.
Oh, The Difference. Yeah, that's a good song.
The Difference is a good song.
I'm thinking of the Hoobastink.
The reason.
Yeah.
God, I heard that.
Season.
I heard The Reason in a store a
Hoobastank.
week or so ago.
Hoobastank is their own worst enemy because they were a decent band, and if they had a different name, they would still be popular.
They only had 2 hits, though.
Yeah, but I think they had good music.
The name was the only thing that people paid attention to them for.
But it also was the reason that people don't take them serious.
Good fun.
I love that.
Yeah, but also
Crawling in the Dark was that their other hit.
Yeah,
I
Crawling in
know
the
that
Dark.
one.
But people, that was the big rock hit, and then the reason they followed up with a ballad, because that's what bands did, right? But then there were a lot of people that thought they were trapped.
I'm not a perfect person.
God, that was my teenage angsty song. I had that on not LimeWire. What one came after? What? Kazaa.
Kazaa.
Yeah.
6th Avenue Heartache.
Oh, yeah.
Another good Wallflowers
Man,
song.
I might have a little Wallflowers Papa Shop
That's
party
what I'm
tonight.
saying. People forget that they had such good songs. But again, these were 25 years ago,
Yeah.
or around there. The album was called Bringing Down the Horse, which I always thought was a nice little pun.
Man, I like this soft pop stuff or soft
Post
rock,
grunge,
whatever.
Post grunge, mid 90s.
Was that was called soft rock?
Not that.
That's not soft rock?
Post grunge, yeah. But yeah, it's
What's
soft
the
rock.
difference?
It's soft rock. If you're pretentious, you call it post grunge.
Shut up, Bill. It's not like I coined the phrase. Thank you very much.
Yes, but you continued it.
You should have just done a little hair flick then.
1996. Jacob Dylan was still a handsome young man. Again, I always wonder what the other dudes in the Wallflowers were left to do. So Bob Dylan sold his entire catalog, which means that he has sold 100% of the rights for every song in his catalog.
That's wild. 300 million.
That's right.
Rumored.
Around $300 million.
Can you do Crawling in the Dark just so I can see if Mary knows it?
Yeah.
Who's that?
I mean, she
That's
will know
Hoobastank.
Oh.
This is the rock hit.
Yes.
Yeah, we
As soon as I heard that, I was like, yes.
That's all it takes.
Yeah, they only had 2 hits. Hoobastank.
That Reason song, man.
Well,
I remember.
Actually, they had a song called "Running Away" that was good. Remember "Running Away"?
Let me hear it. Yeah, I remember this one.
I don't think I know. This
"Why
one.
Are You Running Away" was the hook.
I don't want you to give it all up and leave your own life collecting dust. And I don't
This
want
has a
you
little
to
emo feel to it.
Yeah, because that's kind of where they were. They were like
I hear a little dashboard in there.
they were a little bit Incubus. They were a good band, but I think the name screwed them.
Yeah.
I think calling them Hoobastank was like maybe it got attention at first, but then everybody's like, "What?"
I want that.
Well,
on a
it was
t-shirt.
it was the bass player's middle name because
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, he was Dutch or something, so that was his
Oh.
middle name. So, "Why did we call it Hoobastank?" And they were like, "What? My name's Doug. What? Why are we here?"
Yeah, this is a good song.
Yeah, they had good harmonies and they were produced well, and you know. Now you're never gonna believe this. They are still making albums. It's just I don't know if people are paying attention to them, but
Maybe I'll dig back into Wallflowers and Hoobastank.
there you go. All that mid-90s stuff.
Yeah.
Throw in a little Dishwalla, Bill.
Oh.
Counting Blue Cars.
I do like this one.
How about
too.
that? How about a little Tantric?
That sounds familiar.
The band that came out of Days of the New, which is a song that still gets played. They had one hit, and then the kid who formed the band went crazy, and the other guy, he couldn't handle fame after one hit. And so the other guys were like, well, we're
They're
working.
like, give it a week.
They're like, we're working musicians, so we'd still really like to do something. I bet Tantric isn't even in here. Man, that's a bummer. It's a good band. Yeah, so Hoobastank, I mean, they sold about 20 million albums.
Yeah.
You know, good for them.
I remember hearing The Reason, and I was driving around working for my dad at the time, and Howard Stern was going over, and he was like digging the song. He's like, now this is a good song. I love this song. And he was just like, and I thought he was going to like rip it to shreds, but he loved that song. And I was like, that's weird that Howard Stern likes this song.
Well, but as a ballad, it's a well-written song.
Yeah.
You'll still hear it, and you'll go, oh, it's not reinventing the wheel.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of catalogs, oh boy. One of the largest annual publications in the world is going away. Why are you going away?
See, it's fun to sing along.
See? You might be onto something. Boy, who knew they've been doing it for this long? For 7 decades. They've been printing the IKEA catalog. The first one came out in 1951, and it was distributed in southern Sweden, and it is one of the biggest publications annually. Why they're still making a paper catalog, I don't know. I would have thought that catalogs would have been money losers for the past 10 years. But a couple of years ago, they were still printing 200 million copies of the IKEA catalog, and they're doing away with it finally. So if you know, when I was a kid, it was the Sears and the JCPenney Christmas books is what they called them.
Yes.
And you'd go right. It was a wonderland of toys.
Get your Sharpie ready.
Get your Sharpie ready.
Yeah.
I want this and I want this and every Star Wars thing. I would just put an X. I'd dog-ear the corner. Anything you pick for me off the Star Wars page, Mom,
They have
I
like
will like.
the
Except the
numbers.
Bantha.
So you write down the page number, and then you
Yep.
write down the item number. And that's how I do my Christmas list. I'd be like, these are the things that I want. This is where they're located in the catalog, so you can order it for me.
Now we make
And-
Amazon lists,
Yeah.
and you consult those for people. But the IKEA catalog is going away. They said that interest in the catalog has come down.
And I've done this before. We've mentioned this, but there's a website called Christmas.musetechnical.com, and they have all those old Sears and JC.
Muse Technical?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll tweet it out and put it on my Instagram story. But it's
Oh,
all
vintage Christmas catalogs.
vintage Christmas catalogs, and you can look through them. And I remember like going through these and remembering
The toys and
the
stuff.
toys and the display, the way they had to display the kids in the
Wow.
photos. like going through and seeing like the sports gear that they had and
the 1981 J.C.
good.
Penney Christmas book. Well, I know what I'm doing when we're on vacation.
Yeah, just looking through
Going
all
through
these.
every catalog from 78 to 90.
I didn't realize they still printed those. Like on Thanksgiving, I was hanging out with my boyfriend and his daughter, and she like sat me down. She's like, "Do you want to see what I want for Christmas?" And she pulled out like a Target catalog and had her toys.
It was a picture of a new mom.
No, it was just pictures of toys and stuff, just like they used to be. I just didn't know that they were still printing those things like nowadays.
Yeah.
Yes.
Cody.
He throws in yes.
Cosign.
Cosign.
Like, I got to make sure I talk at least once an hour.
So I can
clock in
affirmative.
work. Yes.
Hello, who's this?
Hello?
Hi, you're on the air. Who's this?
Oh, hey. It is Annette.
Hi, Annette.
And hi. I wanted to give you a heads up of since you've been with your kids in between the Amazon list and the sorry, let me turn my radio down. I apologize. It blows your Christmas list and all the secrets to smithereens because you search for stuff and then you get served ads and your kids are on there and then you try and hide things in your wish list, but then it's your account, so that's the first wish list that comes up.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't really have to. My older kids, I just give them money, and the 4-year-old doesn't know what's going on.
Yeah.
So, I mean, she's...
Right, but I'm saying I have an 11-year-old, and these are things that I've learned.
Yeah, okay.
You have to have a gift, a gift Amazon, and then like your family one.
So you have to. What I think Annette is suggesting is you set up a decoy full of crap to make them never go back to it.
Well, just don't let them watch any like Nickelodeon.
Oh, good luck.
or
Yeah,
anything
right.
like that, because my son would come up and say, "Mom, I want these Hot Wheels," and I was like, the things that are happening on those Hot Wheels commercials do not happen in real life.
What I also, aside from toys, what I love about the old school Christmas catalogs is they were still selling, like, remember the Swiss Colony in the mall where you'd get a cheese ball and you'd get the summer sausage? They would sell those.
It was called something else.
It probably was, but Swiss Colony is what we had in Illinois.
Farm or
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, there were like regional ones, but I think Swiss Colony was like the national chain. They used to have them in the malls. But the JCPenney catalog in the 70s and 80s would still sell those gift boxes of like sausages and eggs, or cheese rather, for like $17. I'm like, I don't know if I want cheese through the mail, but boy, they sold a lot of them. Yeah.
But none of it was refrigerated in the mall, so.
Right, yeah, they're just sitting there.
You just would go up to the shelf and get it. But
Thank you,
Between
Annette.
the advent calendars and the catalog, I've been having so many nostalgic memories.
Right,
Thanks,
yeah.
guys.
All right, thank you, dear. All right, there's Annette.
Man, I'm looking through the 1990, I think it's the JCPenney Christmas book.
Yeah.
And I even recognize the underwear models. Even though I was like 8 years old, you look at that.
You could buy like a gingerbread house. Yeah, I'm looking at 1981 because that would have been more.
What was that, Poundcake?
Was there a gift that you wanted as a kid that now as an adult you're ashamed of?
The gift of the Holy Ghost.
Mine was the Barbie Shop with Me cash register.
The Barbie Shop with Me cash register.
I remember that.
I thought it was so cool.
I don't think that I was.
Why are you ashamed of that now?
Oh, no, 99.
I don't think there's anything I was ashamed of wanting. Maybe Look What the Cat Dragged In on vinyl. Maybe. It's like, who are those hot chicks? Alan, I need to tell you something. Oh, it's a bummer. All right, let me take a break. If you want to join us, 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007. You can text, if you like, 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our...
816-578-1007. To join us, 800-348-1007, 35192. Boy, I didn't think that I was really going to be blowing people's worlds up by talking about the IKEA catalog going away, but I was getting a lot of texts in the break from people who apparently loved the hard copy IKEA catalog, which I will be honest with you, I did not even know was a thing. I didn't know that there was a... I mean, when I've been in IKEA, you'll see like a publication there or something, but I guess I thought that those were just pamphlets or flyers or something.
I think aren't those used to shop? Like that's what you use to shop at IKEA?
No clue.
I've only been...
I use the yellow line that they paint for you on the floor.
I've only been with a girlfriend one time, and I ended up buying something that was like returned. Like it was a little bit damaged, and it was cheap. It was a dresser that ended up being like $100 off because the corner was broken, and it was already all put together. So I was like, yep, that's what I'll buy. I don't need a little note card. I don't need any of that.
Alan, how am I going to order a Flurgnergen or Hapstunschlagenstein? That's a really good... I guess you'll have to go online, by the way. Now, if I were as pretentious as I'm accused of being, I would point out that it's actually pronounced IKEA, and that we as Americans are mispronouncing it. I would never do that because, as I've established, I am not pretentious.
I have a cousin named IKEA.
I do. How is it? I believe you. How is it spelled?
AKIA.
That's a girl, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's a girl's name. Doy.
Yo.
I mean, come on.
Mary drives IKEA.
I do? Also true.
Alan, if the Sears toy section up to 10 years old, then you advanced to the women's bra and panties section. That is true. You go
back
and
and forth between the two of them. You had to have one finger in the toy section in case somebody walked in, so you could flip it back real quick.
You want to know something
Oh,
funny?
I had one finger in, all right.
When I was shopping for briefs, as like a young teenager, I would always buy briefs that weren't my size because they had a different, like a older, hotter model on them. And Mom would be like, "You don't wear a size 35." I'm like,
"Mom, I want low boys."
So wait, you would buy like big underwear to try and just because you like?
No, I wanted the picture.
He wanted to take the picture home with him.
Yeah. So I was like 11 or 12, buying like underwear of like men with like chest hair. I was like, "Oh my god!" I would just cut out the cover and then throw the underwear away.
That's hilarious.
I was so horny even then.
So we had the catalog. He had champagne boxers or whatever.
The datalog.
The datalog.
I'm surprised you didn't get into sports more just so you could have an excuse to put guys like that were like ripped and sweaty on your walls.
Oh, I did. I ran track.
But I mean, like following sports. Like I know you ran track, but I mean, like if you had
you weren't a football
posters
fan or
of like soccer players or you know basketball players or baseball players
Well, no,
that you thought were hot.
they had padding and stuff.
No,
like
but they would have
players. They were hot, but like I didn't want to see them in the padding. I wanted to see them like you know with the padding off and the jersey thrown
look up
over
Bo
the shoulder.
Jackson. Like there's a famous Bo Jackson poster where he's just got shoulder pads on and he's holding a baseball bat over his shoulders and but he's like bare chested.
Let me watch you poop.
Just Google it, Poundcake.
That should just tell you how boring sports is to me that I didn't even look at it, even though they had hot guys in it. I was like, ugh, I have to read something to see these guys? No.
You didn't have to read anything. They're pictures. I'm saying, like, for someone that was so into guys, it seems like an easy cover because you also didn't want people to find out. You don't have to Google it on your computer. Bo Jackson.
Bo knows briefs.
Yes.
Who was the Browns player that did that shower commercial?
Oh, I see it.
Was it Brady
Shower
Quinn?
commercial? I don't know.
Or was it a Got Milk
Bernard
commercial?
Kosar.
No,
but
no,
the
no,
guys like, did they like post this picture? Because this is for
What
like
do you
a
mean
girl
post?
pinup.
No, that was like a poster that like guys would have in their rooms. That's what I'm saying.
Bo
like
knows Bo.
you could have like hidden in plain sight if you had been into sports. Like you could have got a bunch of posters because there's other ones that are like that, like boxers and stuff like that, that are jacked, and you would have been like, "Oh, I'm just really into boxing," and they were like, "Oh yeah, who do you like?" And like, some of them.
This guy.
Like I wasn't a thief. But the only time I ever was a thief was because I was gay. Like, I remember I stole like a Bon Jovi Newsweek cover. He was shirtless, and I was just like, took it, rolled it, put it in my pants, and walked out.
I was going to say, that's probably Rolling Stone. I don't know if Bon Jovi was shirtless on the cover of Newsweek.
Yeah, it was Rolling Stone.
I'm going to Google it just to see.
Uh-huh.
I remember.
I remember.
This week, Henry Kissinger topless on Newsweek magazine. Boutros, golly.
Where and when to invest?
You fairy.
It wasn't. I'm thinking of a specific commercial on TV. I thought it was Brady Quinn showering. But I'm also now picturing all the old Got Milk commercials with all the like shirtless.
As a kid?
No, with like the shirtless dudes. Like you make fun of his voice all the time. The hot soccer player.
I'm David Beckham.
Yes.
Hello.
Like
Look at me milk. Drink your milk or else so you can look all ripped like me. It's hard to tell where me skin stops and me milk begins.
I had Stone Cold Steve Austin had a Got Milk where he's like holding him. I had those on my wall. Where it's just shirtless buff dude.
Right.
With a
I
milk mustache.
guess I don't remember that many guys in the Got Milk commercials
There
being
was a bunch of
shirtless.
them.
No, but being shirtless.
No, it was the print ads that'd be in magazines.
Yeah.
So there'd be, I mean,
well, they were all print,
but like Stone Cold wouldn't wear a shirt normally anyway. So like he'd be in his like.
I thought he had the
his
awesome
vest.
316 shirt on.
But it was like a vest that he'd wear.
Well, I don't remember that.
when he'd wrestle.
Then again, I wasn't zeroing in on him either.
But that's what I'm talking about. Like things like that. Like that's where Poundcake could have like gotten those Got Milk ads.
WWF was like my thing. I used to watch that for a while.
That makes sense.
But it didn't make sense because my favorite wrestler wasn't someone who he wasn't like shirtless at all. It was Kane. And he was fully clothed.
Kane?
And you didn't see his face.
Yes, because he was hiding like you. You related to him.
I get it.
Hello, who's this?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember.
Hi, Alan. How are you guys doing?
Oh, great. Who's this?
My name's Jennifer. First time calling in. But
Oh, hi, Jennifer. Love first-time callers. What's up?
I got your stickers in the mail last week. Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah. Happy to send.
Thank you. And I was just curious, since we're talking about scantily clad sports figures, what did Poundcake think of the Myles Garrett Sports Illustrated like from a year or two ago?
Are you familiar with the Myles Garrett Sports Illustrated from a year or two ago, Poundcake?
No, I don't think I saw it.
Oh, my. Tell him to look it up.
I saw the Kevin Love nude issue.
Well, now he's going to have to go and find it.
Oh, it's wonderful. It's a wonderful viewing pleasure.
Wow. Okay. Well, Jennifer and Poundcake soon to have something in common.
All right. Awesome.
You're going to be Pen 15 pals. Okay. Thank you, Jennifer.
Jennifer is ESPN the magazine.
ESPN the magazine.
He was in the Naked Bodies the body issue.
Oh, there you go.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, that dude, just look at how big his goddamn legs are.
I feel like the body issue was less enjoyable for heterosexual men because the girls, accomplished in their field, of course, but always like super buff. Yeah, like I remember like Gabby Reese, who's married to Laird Hamilton for a long time. Like she was one of the first kind of cute and buff female athletes I remember. And I think she did one of those or did a lot of like topless photography or something. I was like, I mean, she's really cute and she's good, but like she was like 6'2", his shoulders like a linebacker. Like, I don't know about that.
Yeah,
and
I
then
did have
China
the Kevin
started
Love
doing
nude
porn.
issue.
What?
I did have the Kevin Love nude issue.
Well, yeah, of course you did. You were.
They teased. That was the one magazine that they teased, and I'm like, "Ooh, he's gonna come out with a nude issue." I was like first in line.
So Kane was a gay dude. Was he a closeted gay wrestler?
No, he wasn't. He wasn't gay.
His hair was like in front of his face.
He wore a mask because his brother scarred him. That was like the whole story.
Kane and Big Show were brothers.
No, Kane and Undertaker.
Kane and Undertaker. I thought, who was Big Show's brother? Or Big Show was Andre the Giant's son?
Bill is his Eskimo brother. Is that what you're thinking of?
Maybe.
Kane and Undertaker were brothers.
Yes. Big Show was his own thing.
Yes.
I thought Big Show was related to somebody.
No.
Okay, I'm sorry. Wrestling fans.
Was he really of the royal bloodline of wrestling?
I'm sorry.
Wow. All right.
It's a fan base you don't want to make upset.
Whose dad was Andre the Giant?
Andre the midget.
I don't know.
Andre the Junior?
I know he's got a
Mr.
daughter. I don't
Sacco?
think he's got. I don't think he's got a son.
Big Show got a brother or something. I'm telling you.
And Andre the Giant's daughter, that's a handsome woman, by the way. That's She's she in no way resembles her dad.
Big Show's dad is Andre the Giant.
No, that's not. That's like an urban legend.
Because Big Show came out and they were talking about his dead dad, and he was like crying.
You know, a lot of other people have died besides Andre the Giant.
But he was like a wrestler. I thought
Paul White Sr. is the Big Show's dad. Is Andre the Giant the Big Show's dad? No. Because he's named after his father.
All right, well, whatever.
Big Show Sr.
Bigger Show.
That was his given name. His Christian name is the Bigger Show. No, his dad died 20 years ago of cancer.
Okay. I'm wrong. Sorry.
We know.
So I'm just, I need to put that out there before wrestling people attack me on Twitter. I apologize. I was wrong.
Before people get mad at a bunch of fake performers.
Yeah.
I mean, the
real
performances are real, Alan. They put their bodies on the line. It's still real to me, damn it.
Right. It's still real to me, damn.
Man, that is this is a very nostalgic show.
It is.
Because then I think of that, and like that's almost 15 years ago now that was a viral video. Like one of the earliest ones where the guy was he was talking to wrestlers and he starts like crying and just screaming like, it's still real to me, damn it.
Next question, Jeff, where are you? Right there.
Yeah. I just want to thank each and every one of y'all for all you do to your bodies.
Yo.
It's still real to me, damn it. I mean, thank you.
Man.
Thank y'all guys. Y'all are awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Funk, for saying what needed to be said. I don't want to see it.
I mean, that's from E-Bomb's World. That's how old that is.
E-Bomb's World.
And the guy is sitting there. My favorite part of that is the guy is sitting there with a notepad and a pen, which implies that either he has written down questions he wants to ask or he's there to take notes on what these guys say.
I'm guessing
wow.
both. Still real.
It's still real to me, damn it.
So good.
Hello, who's this?
Yo, man, it's Elmer. Who is this?
Elmer, it's Alan. How are you, sir?
Good. How you doing?
I'm good. What's up?
So that broad on there was talking about the Big Show. The Big Show. Andre was the Big Show's fake daddy on WCW.
Okay, then.
Well, his fake, is that where the idea got put in your head?
I didn't make that up. I saw it somewhere.
Yeah, because when he was at WCW, he was just a giant, right?
He was the Giant.
Yeah.
He became Paul White. Yeah.
Well, I guess he told you, the broad.
The Big Show's daddy. The broad.
No, so I'm right.
the Big Show's daddy.
He told you. He's defending the broad. He's confirming what I said.
No, you said, is he his dad? He goes, he's his fake dad. He's not his real dad.
I didn't know any different when I was a kid. I was like, oh, that's his dad.
That's what I'm saying. He was not his real dad.
But that broad knows what she's talking about, dude.
Thank you. The broad knows what she's talking about.
Okay.
Bros and broads.
I don't know anything about wrestling because I'm not a hill rod. I don't know.
Pretentious thing to say right
I know,
there.
this guy.
All right, fine.
I get it. Yep.
All right.
Thank you, Elmer.
Yeah, it sounds like Elmer's a real guy, too. Thank you, Elmer.
He did
Nah.
a very good job.
Okay, so.
The broad knew what she was saying.
Is that the case?
It was a fake storyline.
Right.
I wasn't saying. So that's probably where I got confused.
Okay.
I mean,
but
technically, she's right because she didn't know that it was a fake thing, and she was a kid at the time.
Yeah.
So she's going off her memory. So
my 7-year-old memory.
Everybody's right. Everybody gets to be right.
Look at your diffusing situation.
All right, good. Cool. I don't know. I don't know anything about it.
I do. I want to put that as a tagline on my album, though. That broad was right.
You have so many potential names for your album. It's going to be an embarrassment of riches when it finally gets time. Let me play something for you before I go to break because I'm sure that this is a goof, but I love it nevertheless. This is going to premiere on December the 13th, and I can only assume it's like Sharknado, but for rom-coms. This is a movie that's premiering on Lifetime called A Recipe for Seduction.
Oh, this is
Have you seen
Mario
this?
Lopez.
Mario Lopez is playing Colonel Sanders.
I saw the poster. I didn't know it was actually a thing. I thought it was somebody just like photoshopped this.
A Lifetime original movie presented by Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Excuse me.
It's a mini movie. I don't know how mini it's going to be, but it will premiere December the 13th. That is this coming Sunday at noon. And best believe I'm going to tune in. I'm going to find out where Lifetime is, and then I'm going to watch this. It's called A Recipe for Seduction. And Mario Lopez is playing Colonel Harlan Sanders, who is seducing a young woman. Well, I'll just play this for you. This is the trailer for it.
What the hell are you doing?
A Lifetime original mini-movie.
You don't answer my proposal, and now you're not answering my call.
I think I'm falling for the new chef.
Oh, he's a new chef at a mansion where this girl lives. And like her fiance or boyfriend is like, remember when Bradley Cooper played Sack in Wedding Crashers?
Yeah.
Kind of a sweater tied around the neck type of boat shoe douche. That's the setup.
Jessica is falling for Harlan.
The cook? Leave Jessica alone and skip town.
He has a secret recipe that's going to change the world.
Harlan claims to have some secret recipe.
A secret recipe? Spare me.
We all have our secrets. If you marry my daughter, I promise there'll be more long weekends in your future.
Mom, I have to tell you something. We have a problem.
Secret's out, chicken man. I'll take care of this. You're ruining everything! Just kill him already! Who the hell are you? Harlan Sanders, the new chef.
Mario Lopez is Colonel Sanders in A Recipe for Seduction.
So the mom and the boyfriend are conspiring to get the recipe, and Mario Lopez is Harlan Sanders. He's the chef. And they've given him like a gray pompadour and like the Van Dyke mustache, the whole bit.
Premieres December 13th at noon, only on Lifetime. Presented by Kentucky Fried Chicken.
I mean, you can't put that on at night. It's got to be midday. It's got to be noon.
Why?
Because that's when all the great holiday movie classics are on, midday.
They have them on all the time.
They don't premiere them at night, do they? Over
Yes,
the holiday?
they do. They do it.
do?
Like,
Mostly at night.
all the like Rudolph and all that stuff gets played at 8 p.m.
Don't you? That's for kids. These are for adults. Don't you want A Recipe for Seduction to be out
They
when
sit in bed with the glass of wine.
But also, I would think you'd want this to premiere during the day because at night it would be too sexy. Like you'd be in such a froth over this.
Now,
you need a little bit of daylight between you. Granted, it's going to warrant repeated viewings, so it's going to premiere at noon. But I bet you they show it again at night. They show it after midnight. Maybe A Recipe for Seduction uncut.
Are you going to indulge in Kentucky Fried Chicken while you watch it?
Absolutely. I've been thinking about finding something edible at KFC for a long time. In a world for Roy Wood Jr.
You ever heard of JoJo's?
What's that?
JoJo's?
Roy Wood Jr. said, in a world full of herbs, she wanted a little spice. So, I mean, they're with a wink and a nod, A Recipe for Seduction with Mario Lopez as Colonel Harlan Sanders. I assume that there's some military backstory for him in this.
No, we'll have to wait and see. We'll find out on Sunday.
Yeah.
I'll watch this before the Browns game.
Patton Oswalt.
Oh, no, Browns game's Monday, so I can watch this and then watch it again and again and again.
Patton Oswalt said, at Arby's HQ, call Joe Don Baker and Tony Katayan and tell the writer of Loose Meat Tryst that his script is a go because, you're going to you just can't let... The other fast food places can't just leave this hanging out there. The gauntlet's been dropped now.
Yeah.
On fast food sponsored melodrama. Marvel, Infinity War is the most ambitious crossover event in history. Lifetime, hold my beer.
McDonald's, you're loving it?
Yeah. So, listen, if you thought that 2020 was going to end not with a bang, but with a whimper, you're going to want to tune into Lifetime this Sunday.
You think Wendy's?
Noon. Pre-Browns game.
You think Wendy's could be a figure it out if she killed her dad to like inherit the business or
Yeah.
something?
Did you guys have Brown's chicken in Ohio?
Brown's chicken, I don't know.
Okay.
No.
It tastes better. That might have been a
No.
regional Northern Illinois thing. But that would be the perfect crossover that would be the perfect answer for the Cleveland Browns to not be outdone pre-game by a Lifetime chicken movie.
The Burger King movie. She wanted it her way.
That's right. The possibilities are endless for all these. And God bless KFC, not only for roping Mario Lopez, who is still like actively doing things. They got that Saved by the Bell reboot that he's a part of. John Michael Higgins is Mr. Belding, or he's the principal now or whatever. So Mario Lopez is still very much in the pop culture, what's an unpretentious word to use, Bill? Zeitgeist. That, boy, throwing him in there.
You want to try that again?
No, I don't.
Arena.
Arena.
Pop culture
the
arena.
pop culture arena. Okay, I've got to take a break. I'm going to learn more about Recipe for Seduction. And if you want to get the last word in, you can shoot me a text. Bye, Poundcake.
Bye-bye.
I always forget to say goodbye to him because I forget that we say goodbye
That's
to him.
okay.
Okay.
I'm not important.
This guy. What?
I've actually been keeping the live stream going until the very end of the show now. So if you want to stick around, Poundcake, you can.
Okay, sure.
See, now you've put him in a moral quandary. Yeah. All right, we'll be back. 35192 if you want to text.
It's the Tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
People are telling me that your boy Kane is the mayor of Knox County, Tennessee.
Is he really?
Which includes
yeah.
which includes Knoxville, the city, which has its own mayor.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not quite sure how that works, but so he's the mayor of Knox County.
Well, he's probably the county commissioner.
India Kincannon is the mayor of Knoxville proper. I don't know. Okay, we got to go. What do you got coming up, William?
New episode of the Bill Squire Show is available now on the iHeartRadio app. Also on YouTube. If you could subscribe to the YouTube channel, I would appreciate that a lot. And then follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire.
Mary Santora.
You just follow me on Instagram at Mary Santora Comedy, Twitter Mary_Santora.
Poundcake.
Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram, and new Poundcake podcast this week.
All right, beautiful. Thanks, guys, for hanging out today. You'll find me out there at Alan Cox Show. If you need me to send you Alan Cox Show stickers, you can always shoot me an email at alancoxshow.com. This show is available on demand anytime. Look for the Alan Cox Show channel on the iHeartRadio app. If you prefer to watch, you can. Our YouTube channel is The Alan Cox Show. And if you need to leave us a message before tomorrow's show, you can. After hours line is 216-986-8903. Buzzard block is straight ahead. About a half an hour away, 6:50. Starts off an hour 20 commercial free with Jason. So that is next. Thank you guys very much for hanging out today. 7 live shows remaining in the year. So the next one starts tomorrow at 2. We'll talk to you then, and I will see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say. Be